Good morning, everyone. So we're going to start this session, which is going to deal on an issue that is very, very important. It's about the energy transition. And energy transition, any energy transition project would not be able to be implemented or would continue without lots of services involved. It could be, anything starting from the even accounting services, but designing, legal services, manufacturing, even to the level of operational maintenance and even recycling services. So we are talking about why we can actually, not why, but how we can really bring this importance of the services in facilitating the trade energy transition, particularly in developing countries. An objective of this session is really to hear from you, your perspectives, your experiences in how we can actually leverage services and services trade for accelerating the energy transition. My name is Miho Shirotori. I'm the acting director of the Division on International Trade and Commodities of UNCTAD. I'm very, very honored to moderate this session with an impressive list of speakers. We have Mr. Bernardo Busser-Niedman, who is a senior advisor of the Center for Global Cooperation and Danish Energy Agency of Denmark. Welcome, Bernardo. We have Ms. Trudy Hartzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center for Southern Africa, from South Africa. Welcome, Trudy. We have also Mr. Lucas Ferraz, Secretary of International Affairs of the State of São Paulo and the former Brazil Secretary for Foreign Trade, Brazil. Welcome, Lucas. We also have, so instead of, sorry about that, since Ms. Ahani cannot join us, she designated Mr. Abdelmout Ahmed Murat to join us in this discussion. Thank you very much for joining. And of course, Mr. Ike Holim, the Director of Trade and Environment Division of the World Trade Organization. This session is streamlined live, and also it's going to be available on the YouTube. So on these very, very important things, I think we really want to ask the questions such as, what are the services? Which services sectors are critical for energy transition? How can trade address these challenges? Because none of the country is really fully self-sufficient with the quality services that are required for the energy transition. And what could be some of the innovative examples that you may have seen? So I'd like to ask first Bernardo with this question. Which services are critical for energy transition from your point of view? And based on your experience, how can trade really enhance local capacity in energy transition?
Thank you so much for the invitation, and I'm very, very happy to be here. I think this is a very interesting discussion. I think one of the things that we need to address is that traditionally there is this dogmatic distinction between goods and services in the trade world. And the problem is that as we see it today, the distinction between goods and services is not useful anymore. There's a number of services that are very important to trade electricity as a product. Today we need, for example, voltage control, frequency control, a number of ancillary services that are critical for the integration of renewable energy, and we need to be able to have the rules to integrate them properly. It's not about constructing, the wind farms only. It's about getting that electricity to the houses. And to do that, we need to be able to integrate that energy into the system. That can only be done if these services are trade. We need to be able to see that there's a business case for those companies that provide those services. And in this regard, I think we need to adapt the rules in a way that they're more consistent with how electricity is conceived today. It's a product, of course, but it's also a service. And I think that distinction needs to be moderated to some extent. I think another element that is very important is that we need to be able to cooperate more with regards to the experiences that we have in trade. I am part of a center that has more than 100 people working with 24 different countries, where we share experiences from Denmark on what has worked, and most importantly, what has not worked. And we bring back those lessons as well, and we advise the different countries according to what science dictates. You know, the experience of Denmark is not the only experience in the world. We collaborate with consultants, with universities, and this is very important. So I would say as a message, we need to radically listen to each other and to be able to share experiences more and more.
Thank you very much, Bernardo. Truly, Bernardo just explained, set the scene really, really well, that we should not really look into like goods and services. And also this, if we look at the operational side of energy transition, it's all about services. And also the sharing experiences, the importance of that. Now, from your perspective, there is a certain agenda, trade in services agenda in Southern Africa. How would that contribute to this energy transition démarche, energy transition aspiration of the region?
Thank you so much, Mio, for that. I think coming from the Southern African region, where of course I'm from South Africa, there is still a lot of vested interest embedded in sectors such as coal, rethinking the energy agenda and prioritizing changes along the entire renewable energy value chain has become an absolute priority. The Southern African agenda finds itself within the context of a broader African agenda for energy transition. So African Union has an energy transition strategy, which is embedded in a Sustainable Development Strategy, Agenda 2063. But thinking along that value chain of renewable energy, we start to identify within the context of trade and services distinct opportunities for cooperation and for new thinking about a broader trade and development agenda, particularly for Africa, but for broadly developing countries as well. We start to see, for example, that new skills are required. So it's no longer just electrical and electronic engineers that we need, but specialized skills that we need within that professional engineering space. So there are opportunities here to link different services sector strategies, taking a look at educational services. And herein, again, lies opportunities for cooperation, for skills development, but also paying attention to the cross-border movement of skills, sharing technology, which is often associated with skilled experts moving from one jurisdiction to another. So the opportunities for cooperation across the Southern African region, where we are starting to see new developments related to, for example, hydrogen, and small countries like Namibia, hold enormous promise for lessons for the rest of the continent. And if we put that in the context of the broader agenda of the African Continental Free Trade Area, we start to see that creating a continental renewable energy market, an ecosystem of support services can become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy, particularly in the area of professional services and then the cross-border flow of that. And I think this is the area that Hall will be talking about it in terms of the WTO framework, but it is true that it is probably developed more and more in the regional agreement framework. So there may be a lot of things that we learn from your area, for example. Now, Mr. Abdul Muti, you are from the United Arab Emirates, this country. And your country is one of the leading star in a sense in terms of energy transition, new technology, but also trading services. Can you share with us some of your experiences and views from your country?
Okay, well, I'm gonna start with thanking thanking you for being here. It's an honor to be one of the panelists to speak about this pressing issue of the climate change, which is unequivocally the most affecting issue at this time. Now, the UAE, as I'm coming from the energy sector, from the Ministry of Energy, my name is Abdul Moti. I'm the head of energy policies and strategies at the ministry. So we have recently launched the updated version of the energy strategy, which was previously launched back in 2017, where we align with the net zero in 2050. So it endeavors to elevate the contribution of renewable energy, clean energy in the grid up to 30% in 2030, while achieving net zero in 2050. Now, the overarching target is to achieve, of course, carbon neutrality in 2050. We are concomitantly striving to enhance the energy efficiency up to 45%. That is going to be requiring substantial amount of investment. We have determined that around $45 to $50 billion is earmarked for investment in the energy sector in terms of capacity expansion plans to meet the profoundly ambitious target in 2030. That is spanning the temporal domain from 2022 to 2030. So there is so much that is happening in when it comes to the energy sector in the UAE. But at the same time, we need to keep in mind that there is absolutely no energy transition that could happen without taking into account the infrastructure requirement that will enable us to achieve these targets. Now, that reminded me I recall a few incidents that happened over the last few years, probably the blackout in Australia back in 2017, requiring a huge amount of energy storage to account for the variability in the renewable energy. And the incident that happened in the UK in 2021, I think, where the cost of 1 megawatt hour has actually increased 5,000 times to go up to $12,000, $13,000 per megawatt hour, where compared to the UAE, where we're looking at around $120 to $200. So we need to take into account all the infrastructure requirements that will enable us to have a smooth energy transition, and taking, of course, into account the ancillary services products, such as black start and voltage regulation, frequency, and etc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdelmout, of this really about the new strategy of your country, but also the importance of thinking about energy transition in entire life cycle. So the operation, the maintenance, these are a very, very important part and where the services actually matter most. Then, Ms. Lucas, you are the seasoned trade expert. Could you update us a little bit on the latest development of the Brazil's services policy? And in your view, how does it contribute to the Brazil's ongoing energy transition strategy? Lucas.
So thank you very much for this invitation. It's a very, needless to say, it's a very important panel for discussion at the COP28. Many people say that Brazil is a powerful agricultural exporter, but I usually say that this statement is wrong, is somehow short-sighted, because taking the value-added perspective, in the end of the day, Brazil is a huge services exporter, because there are a lot of services that go embedded in Brazilian exports. Services is pervasive in the Brazilian economy, but I must say that up to now, this is not really an easy debate in our country, especially if you consider, let's say, a group of specific policymakers related to taxation in our country and so on. And why I mention this, because for many people, services is still considered to be a tax revenue issue in our country, not a trade policy issue. And this is, I would say, a cultural change that we must keep struggling, you know, in order to put that in mind, put this new perspective in the minds of policymakers in Brazil. And I believe this is also true in other developing economies, not only in Brazil. But in spite of that, I think, you know, for the 4 years that I stayed as Deputy Minister for Foreign Trade and Foreign Affairs in Brazil, I think we did a very good job trying to liberalize trade and services in our country, with a special view, of course, in environmental services. The biggest, I would say, the biggest barriers, you know, for trading services in Brazil are not regulatory barriers. If you take, for instance, Mode 1 and Mode 2, there are no significant regulatory barriers for those two modes for trading services in Brazil. The highest barriers that we have in our country, and perhaps it is even worse, you know, to convince policymakers to change their views regarding trading services, are of a tax nature. So the tax burden on the imports of services in Brazil, especially sophisticated services, are very high. They are nearly 47% in average, you know, if you want to import sophisticated services in our country. So we succeeded, you know, in somehow trying to reduce some of those taxes, not all of them. You know, this is not an easy debate, as I said, because it means, you know, it has to do with tax revenues and fiscal sustainability in our country somehow. But in the end, we managed, you know, to conclude some very important negotiations regarding trading services. For instance, I would mention the issue of taxation, double taxation agreements, you know, or agreements to avoid double taxations. Those agreements are very important. Brazil has just a few agreements negotiated. We should be trying to negotiate much more. And when we negotiate those agreements in a proper way, we reduce significantly the tax burden on the imports of sophisticated services. That was the case, for instance, with our negotiation with the UK, which was a very important negotiation for Brazil in this regard. When it comes to São Paulo, of course, I have to mention the state of São Paulo, because nowadays I'm Secretary of Foreign Affairs at the state of São Paulo. I think we have unique comparative advantages when it comes to the green transition. São Paulo is a powerhouse when it comes to the production of ethanol, and from ethanol we can produce lots of biofuels and bioenergy. In Brazil, we have the new law of sanitation services that foresees the universalization of sanitation services in Brazil until 2033. So, and perhaps most importantly, this new law will remove the barriers to entry for the private sector in the sanitation services sector in Brazil, because sanitation companies in Brazil, all of them, basically all of them are public. So we are going to need Mode 3, you know, we're going to need the expertise of private companies, you know, coming from abroad as well, not only national private companies. And then we also need, you know, new technologies that are now being discussed in Brazil, for instance, carbon storage, carbon capture and storage. We're going to need this, you know, for the green transition, for, you know, reaching the 2050 carbon neutrality in our country. We have been discussing, for instance, another issue related to services that I think is also very important for environmental services, which is the establishment of the PCS technology in Brazilian ports. PCS is the Port Community System. This is basically an electronic platform that will connect all the stakeholders in Brazilian ports online, and it will bring lots of, let's say, efficiency in terms of streamlining procedures at ports. And according to some estimations, this platform can reduce carbon emissions in Brazilian ports, you know, involving trucks and navies of around 50%. So this is, I think this is, in general, I've stopped here because, you know, I wouldn't like to take that long, but this is a very special moment for Brazil, a special moment for São Paulo. Lots of new, let's say, environmental services that will be needed in the coming future, and we need, you know, more and more trading services in those sectors.
Thank you very much, Lucas. I think and then also very concrete examples. And you also raised a couple of very, very important issues. I think number one is it's exactly, the trade. Okay, services taken as often as a taxation issue and so on and so forth. But because of these barriers, that's why it is important that trade in services policy gets involved in the long-term energy transition. I think you highlighted it very well. You also talked about, and thank you very much for sharing this experience at the municipal level. We tend to think of things at the government level, but that's actual activities have already started at that level. And that, I think it is important to learn more and more about it. Now, all this energy transition and services linkages we have been discussing, and we got a very good points. Now, I'd like to ask you, Ho, representing WTO, so what kind of, the WTO framework is there to facilitate these trade in services policies with a view to contributing to energy transition? And particularly, would there be any specific areas that can be of the help of developing countries using services for energy transition?
Thanks very much, Miho. Great to be here. I mean, a lot has already been said in the panel, and maybe specifically to your point on the WTO perspective, I'll get to. But I just wanted to situate the discussion a little bit by taking a step backward, because trade and services may not mean the same thing to everyone. It's a fairly strange point that I'm making, perhaps, but for a long time, economists have a great difficulty in understanding trade in services and what do we mean by services trade. And it's been categorized and still categorized as a non-tradable. Yet, we know it is being traded and traded very actively, and is possibly the fastest growing component of international trade. And that has created this very difficult point for frameworks and agreements such as the ones talked about, distinctions between goods and services. What are we actually dealing with when we talk about a trade barrier in service? Is it really a trade barrier, or is it some other type of barrier? And whose competence is it to deal with it? I think that also came up from the discussion. So that's always been the challenge, okay? And one framework for dealing with it, and this is in the WTO context, of course, is the Agreement on Trade and Services, the GATS. It's an agreement that's been there for a long time now, since the Uruguay round. And in the GATS, it tries to understand services trade in, I'm sorry if I'm repeating things to people who know this very well, but for those who are not familiar, the modes 1, 2, and 3, and 4, which has already been referred to. And if you look at these modes, they're very different from goods trade, because it's not the good that is being traded. And often, apart from mode 1, which is cross-border services, the other modes are really either about the movement of the service supplier, which was referred to, such as commercial presence, which is very much similar to investment. It's the movement of the actual corporation, if you like, into another territory and then producing services. You have mode 4, which is the movement of the service supplier as an individual. Here you have all these professionals, technicians, installers, so forth, who actually move into the other territory and provide services. Mode 2 is something a bit different. Mode 2, it's not about the service supplier or the service, it's really the service consumer. That's when somebody moves into another territory and starts to consume services. And the best example of that is perhaps tourism. A lot of us here all are now Mode 2 consumers of services. We've entered into the services economy of the UAE. But moving from that conceptual framework to what are we talking about the energy transition, what I've heard about so far is a big stress on mode 3, commercial presence, very akin to foreign direct investment. So if we want to move services in support of the energy transition, we have to think about what are the barriers on investment, essentially, and on commercial presence, which is linked One, for instance, already mentioned, taxation is an issue. Not an issue that's dealt with through trade agreements, but it is an issue. And you have others, such as, foreign equity ownership. How much foreign equity can an entity who's moved into a foreign territory, what can it own, for instance? And there are others, I won't go through all. And then if you come to Mode 4, which is, again, a very difficult one, but I think very relevant to the energy transition, it's the movement of professionals, essentially, or skilled professionals, sometimes in support of the company that's already been established abroad. Sometimes it's about movement of individuals as services suppliers. Very basic point, wind turbines, solar plants, and so forth need a lot of engineers, technicians, maintenance, assembly people, and so forth. Opportunities here, again, to liberalize Mode 4 in support of the energy transition. And then the last one I just sort of finish on is Mode 1, cross-border supply. That's been a huge growth, and it's no surprise because that's completely linked to the online economy, the digital economy. A lot of what we couldn't do before, we can now do online. We can now provide services that we could not have conceived of before. It's possible to do it through Mode 1. Electricity, for instance, could be a distribution through Mode 1 as well. So many possibilities there. Rather unexplored, I must say. But if we're going to deal with Mode 1, we need to deal with what you already highlighted, the divide between goods and services, and think about digitization. Quick point on WTO, we've got two very promising areas that are being developed. One is services domestic regulation disciplines, which is a plurilateral agreement dealing with licensing and authorization procedures for services. And the next one is investment facilitation for development, which is still in the making. You asked about developing countries. A lot of developing countries are actually involved in this discussion on investment facilitation for development. And it's about how to make it easier to get FDI coming into their countries. And this will be needed for the energy transition as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's the reality that you raised. In fact, the services element in the energy transition, they are not really dealt with by the trade policy per se. They are normally within the package of investment agreement. When you have the energy transition project, you have the agreement with some investors or some providers of the package of services, right? So not necessarily the government's trade policy or the municipality's trade policy get involved, but sometimes probably it is important to get involved because the question is if these package of good services coming into the country can really also contribute to capacity building, the services capacity buildings in the country as well. So now we had a really, really good points from everyone. Just would like to see if there are questions from the floor, but also among yourselves. We had very good points from each other, and if you want to have a comment or the correct questions with each other.
So I just wanted to say that what would be the government's role, the regulator role, and the energy sector to address and have an adequate amount of response to the energy transition overall. We make sure at the government, at the regulator level, that the energy transition is happening in a very equitable way, while taking the local people and indigenous people into account. We also have a very strong capacity building programs where we look into upskilling the existing ones and foster the knowledge that we have and exchange information with our partners, including Germany and Japan, Spain, Netherlands. We have so many partnerships when it comes to the knowledge exchange, just to make sure that the energy transition is just and the cost of transition is not levied to the consumer. So when people, all the energy transition advocates, when people, the misunderstanding that is happening substantially is that it has been said that the energy transition, the renewable energy, is much cheaper than fossil fuel. Well, to a certain extent, yes. But when you take into account all the infrastructure requirements, the amount of investment that is required is not far from what is required when it comes to capacity expansion plans. Now, if that is not taken into consideration, it will result in so much higher energy prices to the consumers. And we need to make sure that from the regulator level, that the electricity price is not on the increase, but on the contrast, it should be on the decrease.
Thank you very much. That's true that during the discussion, we have not really reached to that level of what's the impact on the consumers, and that is a very good, important point. Thank you very much. Yes, Bernardo.
I think I just want to echo something that Trudy just mentioned in when she was talking, and it was also touched by my fellow panelists regarding professional movement. I think we cannot underestimate the impact of the limits that we're seeing, for example, for consultants, engineers, lawyers, that need to transit from one country to another with those skills that are very, very much needed to deploy renewable energy at an accelerated pace. Today, for example, we see that it's very difficult to exercise as an engineer, as an architect, or as a lawyer that are experts in energy in different countries because they have regulatory barriers. We need to be able to respect of course, the rules of the host countries, when you see regulated professions, but we need to be able to loosen up a little bit the requirements because we have to export that very much needed expertise, and especially to countries that don't have it. So we need to be able to, make a reality this thing about not leaving anyone behind. So, and I think a way of doing that is, of course, sharing experiences, but it's also bringing the people that know about this, and transferring skills. And I think the impact of that can be, really, really important in the energy transition process.
Thank you so much, Mio. And Bernardo, I want to pick up on that point. What do we do about this? And I think this is where, when we take a look at the trade and services agenda, and taking a look at both skills development and generation, but the movement, the transfer of technology, experiences that come with the cross-border movement of professionals, is extremely important that we take that to a level where we not only cooperate in terms of recognition of qualifications and experience, but actual mutual recognition. So this is a very important form of regulatory harmonization, which is absolutely essential, because then the concerns that some jurisdictions may have about admitting foreign experts into their domestic market will be allayed. So I think this is extremely important. If I could briefly, Mio, pick up on another point that has been raised, and this comes to rethinking domestic policy, regulation, and governance. If we take a look at, for example, the generation of renewable energy, it opens up so many new opportunities and requires us to rethink a model which used to be anchored in, certainly in Africa and in many developing countries, the public utility model of energy generation, state-owned enterprises, so a very important role of government. Technology and renewables opens up opportunities where the consumers of energy of previous eras are now generators of energy. So public-private partnerships and new thinking about the domestic rules of the game, the new roles for regulators become extremely important. So partnerships between the public and the private sector become really important here. And I think this requires a lot of support, but also cooperation in a new trade and services agenda. I want to move to, in a sense, the transmission phase of the value chain when it comes to renewables. And in the Southern African region, for example, way back in 1995, we established a Southern African power pool with cross-border transmission grids. It needs some maintenance and a lot of further investment. But this is an essential conduit for renewable energy as a tradable service, a tradable good. But herein lies a very important link to the digital governance and the digital trade agenda, because cross-border data flows, protection of personal and other information, but also access to that information becomes absolutely essential to pursue efficiency and competitiveness. The investment linkage, as far as this is concerned, is absolutely critical. And I think our colleagues are absolutely right. It's the domestic regulation of investment where we will find those barriers. A very interesting development in the African Continental Free Trade Area is that within the Protocol on Investment, there is a specific article, Article 26, on climate and investment. It invokes the Paris Agreement and has specific focus on promoting, protecting, and facilitating investment in renewables. And I think this is an opportunity not only for cross-border investment on the continent, but also global investors coming to the African continent, because if we improve the facilitation and the governance environment domestically, this will apply to all investment sources. So a very important development to watch from a global perspective as well. Thank you.
And
No, thank you. No, thank you. Just some quick reactions to the interventions of my colleagues here at the panel. I do believe that, someone mentioned the issue of plurilaterals. I do believe that those negotiations are very important, for trading services, especially services related to environmental issues. For instance, the investment facilitation negotiations at the WTO, the domestic services regulations, and the electronic commerce negotiation are the three of them are very important for removing the barriers, to environmental services. And I believe that Brazil, since the beginning, has been playing, a key role in those negotiations. But I would like to highlight that Mode 4 is indeed, key for trading services, for the new technologies being developed in this area, and we need this expertise. But unfortunately, I must highlight that the highest barriers to Mode 4 are in developed economies, not in developing economies. They are still in developed economies. So I believe that, we should recognize this. We should have a very frank, discussion about that, because we do believe the expertise from the developed economies, but of course, we need reciprocity. If we want to open up our market for Mode 4, in trading services, they need to do the same. And the highest barriers are on the other side, not on our side.
last point I would like to say is that of course, it depends on the institutional arrangement and country circumstances, but through exchange of information and partnerships with countries, we learned that one important factor, I think my colleague, just to echo his voice, is the cost of finance. So we have recognized that the cost of finance is a key barrier that needs to be addressed to overcome the energy transition dilemma. We have demonstrated that the renewable energy transition could actually be cheaper and be considered cheaper. We have one power plant in Abu Dhabi, renewable energy plant. Not sure of the capacity, but I think it's on the range of 700 megawatt. We have achieved the levelized cost of electricity of 1.5 cent, which is the lowest in the entire globe. Now, the second point would be the access to adequate supply Now, all countries are competing to achieve their domestic targets because the nationally determined contribution is coming in 2025. Now, everyone is just on the race to achieve their domestic targets. And that changes the narrative and changes the strategies around it. Price of technology also changes with that. So that has to be taken into account. You need to have an adequate supply and access to technology. Now we have so many technologies available globally, but some are still on the infancy, premature stage. But people need to also take into account the geopolitical tension that is happening and leverage the replenished renewable energy sources. Nobody is paying tax to the sun. We need to take account to the wind and renewable energy that is unaffected by the geopolitical tension. So incorporating these replenished clean energy sources is essential to ensure a continuous undisrupted supply of electricity.
Thank you very much. I think it was exactly, I mean, at the end of the day, we are talking about the energy transition, but not only for the energy transition's sake. We are talking about the access to energy, to make sure that people have access to electricity. That is the part of the Sustainable Development Goal. Now, I was thinking of asking each one of you what would be the 3 key important things to, leverage, blah, blah, blah. But you have already raised so many important points, so I don't think I need to repeat it. So I just would like to ask you this question. Now, we've been talking about electricity. We realize that importance of ensuring the access to electricity. We also said that, well, electricity, in fact, it can be considered as a good because there is a harmonized system product code for electricity, as a traded product. But we also think that electricity is services. So in your view, how shall we frame this electricity in international trade and with a view of energy transition? And shall we start from here?
I would take more of a supply chain perspective and think about everything that you need to get right down to the final part which you mentioned, getting the electricity to the consumer. So for me, clean energy transition would need a much wider lens. And you're thinking here about, firstly, all the equipment that is required to generate that clean energy to start with. And that would link in with the services that is required, including the distribution of the energy that is generated thereafter. It's a very strong combination, I think, what's come true from this panel, of both goods and services. It's a combination of these package of things, and we have to avoid, trade people, and I'm a trade person, like to think in very neat categories, but it's hard to do this for the energy transition. One has to bring all of these components together, and we have different bits of the puzzle. Some of them was already mentioned. They're not directed at the clean energy transition, such as investment facilitation for development or services domestic regulation, but they're very important tools that can be shaped and used. But if one wants to be very specific to the clean energy transition, one idea I would throw out to you is to think about another type of instrument. We have some experience of this in WTO and the GATS, which is reference papers. So if you think of a reference paper, a trade and services reference paper for the clean energy transition, that would then allow a combination of things which are regulatory, which is about access, it's about regulatory frameworks, it also could be about qualifications and mutual recognition and equivalence. You have a nice new type of instrument that will allow you to grapple with this and not be kept within a very strict confine of just lifting trade barriers in that sense, would be one suggestion I would have.
I think we need to take a very pragmatic approach because we're basically running out of time. So we're not going to have a lot of like realistically, we're not going to have a lot of time to create like a new statute to trade services that are relevant because it's going to require a lot of work. But we need interpretation instruments that actually can help us develop this in a consistent manner. And this is also a message for the WTO. I think we also need effective dispute resolution mechanism. We need to be able to assure that these uncertainties are resolved in a consistent and timely manner. And I think today we're seeing the need of that. I think uncertainty is an enemy of the energy transition. We need to be able to de-risk the projects, and not only the big generation plants infrastructure, but also the services in between. We need to loosen the local content requirements, but we need to lose also these barriers that we just talked about consulting services that are really, really important. We need to assure as well that these limitations are not used as trade barriers, as protectionist mechanisms, for that are disguised as well. I think it's very, very important that we are transparent in the trade, and that will bring, I think, a lot of certainty to this area.
I just want to cut in here because, yes, I do agree about the reducing uncertainty. De-risking definitely would contribute to energy transition and increased access to energy. But for everyone, you see, the challenge we are having is that not every country has the basic capacity to de-risk and to reduce uncertainty. Southern Africa, I think you've been doing a lot of things which is rooted on the technology and capacity from the ground. But, when we are looking at this issue at the global level, and then we do also agree in terms of looking into this de-risking importance and things, what would be the, sort of the most important elements that you want to tell to, from the developing countries' point of view, but Africa's point of view? Because like you mentioned about the effectiveness of plurilateral agreements in very many ways, yes. But it's also effective if it is among, well, sometimes plurilateral has a limitation of not being able to include everyone on a very, sort of the very fair basis. Sometimes, not always. So truly, I just want to, ask you to bring some African perspective on this.
Thank you so much, Mia. I think there's a great deal we can learn from the plurilateral experience, certainly. But there is also the risk of fragmentation. And at the end of the day, if we are going to be creating a global market for renewable energy services investment, taking a look at the very important conduits to reach the targets that we all want in terms of universal access to renewables, then we will have to look at multilateral solutions. And I think this is perhaps an important task to identify what are the priority regulatory issues. What is that multilateral agenda which is absolutely indispensable? The plurilaterals may, of course, take a look at very specific issues. And in the African continent, I think one that is often overlooked is that surely we need large-scale investment in renewable generation, transmission, and distribution, but don't forget about the small-scale investments, cross-border investments. And this is where technology has opened up so many new opportunities. So renewables can be generated on a very, very small scale. I was in Zambia at a border post recently looking at a tiny small-scale solar panel linked to a mobile phone. This is shared within the community and across the border post between Zambia and Zimbabwe. This is tradable services, renewable energy services that we're looking at there. So I think we've got to think about that very, very carefully. I also think it's very important that we look from the demand side. We're talking very much about the supply of renewable energies, but let's understand better what is required for effective governance from the demand side. And this, in an African context, means that we have to focus on, for example, industrialization. And this, under the African Continental Free Trade Area, has become an absolute priority. For Africa to develop, to achieve many of the SDGs, we are going to have to diversify and develop our productive capacity. We need to do that in a sustainable manner with renewable energy. What does that mean in terms of governance? The universal access, I think ultimately this is not only a sector development priority, it becomes a global priority, because universal access to renewable energy is an opportunity and a pathway to so many other economic and social opportunities. Ultimately, the SDGs can be promoted through a global perspective on universal access to renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trudy. May I ask Lucas to share your views on, following all the discussions that we're having?
So thank you again. We have mentioned the issue of fragmentation, which is indeed a big risk nowadays for the global economy. And from my perspective, the most efficient way to address fragmentation is coordination. And for coordination, we need to reestablish as soon as possible a well-functioning global trading system, a well-functioning WTO. We need the WTO more than ever, in these really challenging times that we are all facing. In this regard, I would like to highlight, perhaps, according to Brazilian perspective, one of the main risks that developing economies are facing nowadays, which is basically the fragmentation when it comes to the model or to the way where countries are addressing, the energy transition at the global level. So we basically have two clear and different models to address that are being used to address global climate change. I would say the one that is being led by the United States and other countries like China, which is fully based on subsidies. So it's impossible not to mention the issue of the Inflation Reduction Act, including local content requirements. So from one hand, it's good news, of course, because you see the United States is very much committed with energy transition. But on the other hand, if you have provisions, related to local content requirements, in the end of the day, the spillovers from this policy, are incredibly, let's say, weakened, because of those rules. And on the other hand, you have another model that is being followed or being led by the European Union, which is the adoption of a carbon market, which I believe as an economist is the most efficient way to address, climate change and the energy transition. And Brazil is basically following the same model. So nowadays, at the federal level, we have been discussed the establishment of a carbon market in Brazil. But we must be very clear on one very important aspect. A carbon market model, in the end of the day, is a cost-increasing model for the private sector. A subsidy, approach is a cost-decreasing model. So we have two antagonic models, being used to address the climate transition. Then, at the end of the day, a big concern for us is competition at the global level. So, in the end of the day, the scenario, to be forecasted, for the coming years is a huge asymmetry in terms of competition at the global market, harming, of course, the prospects for development, economic development in developing economies like Brazil and many other countries like Africa and many others. So more than ever, we need dialogue, we need coordination, and perhaps, why not, we need more trade because trade is part of the solution. And trade in services, of course, and trade in goods, especially environmental goods, will somehow mitigate the increased costs expected with the adoption of carbon markets in developing economies like Brazil.
Thank you very much. I think, unfortunately, the closing time is coming near, or despite this extremely good discussion that we are having. So, Mr. Abdelmouti, you can have the final word.
I'm not going to take so much time, but creating layers of consultation from the indigenous people in local communities into energy advocates, into consultants and energy experts, energy transition experts is very crucial to enable that transition to happen and ensure social and environmental integrity. We need to have a just and equitable energy transition that leaves nobody behind. I mean, CDM and Article 6 are one of the ways to collaborate on that end. And it's truly fascinating with the energy trade, whether it's in terms of commodities or services or knowledge exchange. It's truly fascinating to see the amount of ideas that is being deployed on ground. And here at the UAE, we have recently launched the latest NDC. We are reducing emissions compared to the 2019 baseline by base year, compared to the 2019 base year by 19%. Though the energy demand is almost doubling at the same time. So we are very much open to exchange ideas and expertise on that end. Energy transition is essential. We need to ensure that a very fruitful and legitimate word for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been on such a complex issue. Thank you very much for sharing your perspectives, insights, and also experiences. Please give the impressive speakers a good round of applause. And this is the end of the session. We will continue working on this topic, and please follow us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon at the Trade House here at COP28 in Dubai. Before I will give an introduction to our session of today on border carbon fees, I would like to first give the floor to our gracious host, which is the Trade House and the WTO. So please, if I may have some introductory comments.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Trade House, which is a pavilion by ITC, UNCTAD, ICC, and then WTO. So thank you all very much for this. I won't have much to say because you've really got such a distinguished panel who know a lot about the subject before you on carbon border adjustment, carbon pricing, and so forth. So I think my role here is really just to give you a few points to help set a bit of the scene from a trade-related perspective, if I can put it that way. We at WTO, we have been watching developments in this space for some time. Last year, we did a World Trade Report on trade and climate change. This year, my Director General launched a publication on trade policy tools for climate action. Yesterday, my colleagues also launched a very successful steel standards principles. And I think all of these are efforts by the WTO Secretariat and all of our partners to really bring trade as part of the conversation and hopefully part of the solution to the climate crisis that we're facing. And there's probably no tool that is as prominent as carbon pricing, a really vital way to think about how we can spur green investment, incentivize behavioral change, and lower emissions. At the same time, we face a big challenge because there are more than 70 different carbon pricing schemes in force globally. And there's certainly a big need for more international cooperation and coordination. And from a trade systems perspective, we also hear a lot about concerns about how proliferation could be neither good for climate action nor for trade relations between countries. And there are, of course, very serious discussions going on about possibilities of carbon leakage, competitiveness concerns, and so forth, with a multiplicity of carbon pricing schemes. And within all of that mix, there's the also very important part about developing countries. How do we ensure that it's inclusive, that they're not left out, and that they do not suffer, if you like, from inadvertent situations that arise from this proliferation of carbon pricing schemes. So we have a big mix of issues here that I've really put forward in front of you. I'm very happy that I'm not on the panel in the sense that I don't have to answer all of these questions. It's all of you esteemed speakers who will be doing the hard work on this. And I just wanted to sort of mention a couple of things from what the WTO Secretariat is trying to do to help. My Director General, she already announced this a few days ago about how WTO Secretariat is working very closely with the World Bank, IMF, OECD, UNCTAD, and other agencies to think about methodologies, to think about how we can do better, at least as IOs on the Secretariat level, on the technical analysis and the technical questions that lead towards this question of how do we get better coordination on carbon pricing. So that's one piece that I thought I should draw to your attention. A few other things to just mention is that as you are having this discussion here at COP28, there are also discussions going on at WTO, and this is taking place in the regular WTO framework. We have the Committee on Trade and Environment. We also have a group of members, a very active group of members under the Structured Discussions on Trade and Environmental Sustainability. It's very long. At WTO, we like to compete with COP28 on very long acronyms, names, and complex ways of explaining things. So these two groups, the regular work, the work through the structured discussions, are doing their best to put more transparency on what's happening, allow for a more early exchange of information, We find often that transparency, early exchange of information, platforms from dialogue can actually do quite a lot to sort of either solve issues or ease tensions. And we hope that the members in the WTO will continue to be working in this front. So that's about it from me, and I think I'd like to pass the floor back to the moderator. I have to apologize that I can't stay with you throughout the duration of your chat because I have to go to another panel. But I'll catch up with you all and also with some of my colleagues who are following the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your kind welcome. With that, I'd like to get started with our panel now. So my name is Milan Algebart. I'm a fellow at Resources for the Future, working on international climate policy. RFF is an independent nonprofit research institution based in Washington, D.C. We are co-hosting today's event together with the Silverado Policy Accelerator, which is a DC-based policy accelerator, and CAP-A in Nairobi, which is an organization working on Africa's role in global climate action. So the topic of today are carbon border fees. Sometimes the C and the B are switched around, but they have existed on paper, especially of the academic kind, for several decades already, but as an actual policy or policy proposal only for several months. They are a potentially critical tool for the decarbonization of energy-intensive industries, and these are exactly the type of sectors for which international trade is critical. RFF has done a lot of work already in recent years on climate and trade. This work has been supported by Breakthrough Energy and RIGHT in Japan. So we also encourage you to check out rff.org to explore our work in this area, including some very recent issue briefs comparing US and European border carbon measure proposals. Border measures have the potential to affect both emissions trajectories, carbon intensity embedded in trade, as well as the economic development more broadly all over the world. Industrialized economies might be mostly concerned with protecting their domestic competitiveness, mitigating the risk of carbon leakage, and they might be also the first movers in these policy areas. But by design, these measures will impact imports and therefore a lot more countries all around the world, going well beyond the implementing country. And this is also the main reason why we are very pleased today to have a discussion with speakers from 5 different regions, also representing different stages of emissions trajectories and economic development. There were a few things that were already mentioned by Ho Lim from the WTO just now. They are inclusivity, some very technical design issues, and the coordination challenges. And these are also particular issues which we would like to get back to today. I'm talking about things like carbon accounting, how we actually measure the embedded carbon of traded goods, how any potential fees are calculated, if any exemptions can apply, and also to whom. What data is needed for compliance, and how to report and verify this data. Another very important element that, which we already have heard a lot about this COP is the idea of alliances or partnerships or indeed climate clubs. So we will be discussing these common design elements today, and I would now like to start our comments with Pedro Rochedo. He's an assistant professor at the University of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Thank you for the organizers. Well, as he mentioned, I'm a professor in Brazil, so I'm mostly discussing the events that's happening in Brazil regarding to carbon market and CBAM. Brazil is currently developing a carbon market. It's under legislative development as of yet. Our group in our department has helped the national government in several studies for climate policy, decarbonization, energy policies, and under the Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Economy. And we have assessed several aspects of the impacts, let's say, of the carbon policy or climate policy within Brazil. Mainly the discussion today in Brazil is regarding carbon border adjustments is a very protective instance in the sense that Brazil is afraid of how these borders can affect their competitiveness, how can it affect its exports. Brazil is a major exporter of basically mineral and agricultural commodities. 3/4 in tonnage, 3/4 of our exports are iron ore, soybean, sugar, and crude oil. So basically any impact on the cost or any impacts on the competitiveness of commodities will hurt the economy a lot, and the exports of those specific sectors have helped the Brazilian economy in the last years. Having said that, I do believe that carbon border adjustments that Brazil is so, as of now, it's so worried about, and also instances in the sense of the climate targets for the IMO, for the International Maritime Organization, also affects Brazil highly, and we have studied and have assessed, and we give support to the Brazilian Navy, which is our representative in the institution, on that regard, saying that how can we find better solutions and find alternatives to reduce the impact of freight, international freight, and how can that help lower emissions, and how can that help Brazilian competitiveness. And all in all, I do believe that all of this is basically, Brazil has a big opportunity in its hands as of now. It is developing a carbon market, as I have mentioned before. Brazil does have a very green, very high renewable power sector, which gives certain advantages when you talk about the Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions of their high energy intensive sectors. So that is a plus. Brazil does have also a very high history of introducing biofuels, and now it's talking a lot about advanced biofuels, co-processing in refineries to increase its capabilities of reducing emissions in the supply chain, in the life cycle assessment of it all. Brazil also has a brief history of a carbon market of sorts in the fuel sector, and that helps us develop the carbon market in a more broad national context. Although I must also mention that, unfortunately, due to politics, due to negotiation, due to concerns on food security and the impacts on increased price on food and increased price and the effect that has in inflation, the agricultural sectors were excluded momentarily from the carbon market development in Brazil, the framework. Now, this is rather unfortunate, in my opinion. Brazil does have a big opportunity to use this as an opportunity to separate the rotten apples. I'm quoting here a paper that was published maybe 3 or 4 years ago that specifically mentioned, in a very conservative approach, that 20% of the soy and 16% of the meat that was exported from Brazil to the European Union was tainted by deforestation acts and illegal activities in the land side. So the carbon policy, carbon market that Brazil is developing could have helped Brazil achieve, can help Brazil achieve a high standard for sustainability, to get rid of the taints of deforestation. This is not only important for Brazil's economic development, this is important for Brazil's agricultural sector. This is fundamental and critical for Brazil to achieve its climate target goals. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pedro. And yeah, you also mentioned in terms of economic sectors, some very important ones which go well beyond the ones which we see as being very important for the early proposals for border measures, especially agriculture, shipping, and anything related to the bioeconomy, which might make these discussions potentially even more challenging. I would now like to go to James Mwangi. You are based in Nairobi, and you have often spoken already about a very different perspective of the role that Africa can play in global climate action, but also for green industries in particular. So as you see various border measures being developed, what design elements would support green industrial growth in Africa, especially given that many Western countries also have ideas about clubs and partnerships, etc., included?
Thank you, Milan, for that question. I think the first thing to say, and just to in a sentence lay out the idea, is to say one of the biggest drivers of our current carbon-intensive global economy is the way our trade architecture and the roles that different countries play in international trade. Much of our complex value addition, particularly our energy-intensive complex value addition, is concentrated in wealthy countries in temperate zones that have limited, not non-existent, but relatively limited reserves of renewable energy, and are thus heavily reliant on fossil fuels to power that high-end value addition. Much of the world's raw and unprocessed material comes from tropical developing countries that have a superabundance, in many cases, of untapped renewable energy, and are shipping out raw materials, and oh, by the way, also happen to have burgeoning populations. So you have your three factors of production: labor, raw materials, and energy, all sitting in one place, but you're not doing the production there, you're doing it elsewhere. And that's just a function of momentum, right? There's an inertia in our system. One of the things I welcome about carbon border adjustment, whether the CBAM or others, is the beginning of incorporating the emissions cost of how we currently structure global production cannot help but be an incentive for correcting this dynamic in the long run. But as a famous economist once said, in the long run, we are all dead. So it would be helpful if we didn't wait years and years for the signals to eventually drive rational action, but we were very thoughtful about how they're designed up front. And the first thing I would say is, in the design, it's important not just to anchor in the overall intent of these border adjustment mechanisms, but in the details of the way they are drafted, because those can often have either unintended or, let's be honest, sometimes very intended consequences that have nothing to do with their decarbonization, their stated decarbonization aim. Now, involving Africa, for example, a little bit more in the detail of the drafting shouldn't be, and I think one unfortunate consequence of the way that we think about these issues has been that, at least for some, the engagement from Africa has been a little bit zero-sum. We want to engage to discuss how the relatively de minimis amount of relatively emissions-intensive current African value addition can be exempted from these requirements, right? We're saying, us poor countries can't really comply, please excuse us, which I think makes sense in the very short term, but it's missing sight of the bigger opportunity, which is just a fair, evenly applied set of standards cannot help but favor the concentration of higher value addition and energy-intensive activity in the places with more renewable energy, more raw materials, and more labor. How do we structure that is important, and that means countries have to be at the table at the beginning to work through details such as what metrics are used, how are they collected, and how do we make sure that the inability to collect a very particular metric doesn't leave us disadvantaging a country that otherwise clearly excels at a particular dimension. Maybe let's help them collect that metric. The processes for doing that, questions of who does the reporting and how. So we're not saying that the people who are actually assessing this are only a slight, you're creating these little bottlenecks in different ways. And then minor or seemingly routine issues, well, it's not a routine issue, it's a major issue of payment sequence, right? Is the importer or the exporter paying? How is the levy being structured so that a country that can't raise the money up front, even if there's going to be a rebate later, the carrying cost of that capital for the country with a high cost of capital can be critical. So these are just some of the little fine print issues that having negotiators who are actually saying, how are we smoothing the path in a real way for climate smart arbitrage can really solve. The next thing to look at is how are we routing the various incentives, right? It's been stated repeatedly that border adjustments are climate measures and not revenue or trade protection measures. Let's prove that. Let's actually say that the revenue collected can be used for, I don't know, helping with developing countries, paying for the just transition support that developing countries need. Those that do have heavier emissions and are due some support, we may want to structure the mechanism so that the money is going towards that. Another creative option might be to say, well, there's a whole range of other mitigation activity that needs to be funded. So for example, if we can raise the quality and integrity of credits for protecting and indeed expanding these critical carbon sinks, like the Amazon basin, like the Congo forest, etc., we should be able to say, subject to a price floor, that in lieu of paying a carbon tax in your country of origin, you can maybe purchase credits there. And you suddenly create a new market for funding to flow from high-emitting countries into this crucial, underfunded, poorly regulated activity today and raise its standards. So again, innovation around the routing of the resources so as to really live up to the idea of really pushing us towards the Paris goals and zero by 2050. And then finally, we can't just stop at the trade agreements and structure. We need to actually have proactive partnerships to realize the benefits. How are we rethinking the individual value chains and supply chains as we are designing these mechanisms, so we're not just trusting to the market in due course, but we're actually looking at where are the value chains where we actually want some key tipping point decisions being made one way or another. Are we doing the capacity building and the sensitization? So that policymakers on both sides of that, and investors and operators of businesses on both sides of those shifts, understand why they are necessary and why they are to their benefit. So that's the technical assistance layer where we really need to be not just saying, hey, here's some general training on how this mechanism works, but have a systems view that says, where are the catalytic tipping points that we want to push, and how do we get people ready to embrace those and move forward with them? So those are the three things, the three categories of activity I think would help. But that, again, I come back to emphasizing starting to put an economic incentive behind decarbonization at a global level and using the trade mechanism to do that is in theory a good thing.
Thank you very much, James. You mentioned a few extremely important things also on potentially unintended consequences. And I'd also be very curious to perhaps later hear more about what you're saying about what's happening with the transaction costs and the cost of capital involved. I'd now like to move a little bit more to the north, to Europe. Jos, you are currently the climate chair at the School of Transnational Governance in Florence, but you have a history as quite an impactful policymaker in Europe, to say the least. And the EU CBAM is now our world's first policy, in a way, having entered into force in October. But many more might also follow in the future. And then the question of interoperability, how these mechanisms work together, might arise. So how do you think Europe can ensure that we have a well-harmonized or at least functional trading system still with these measures?
Thanks, Milan, and it's good opportunity to compare notes, I think. Europe has legislation on CBAM, and it's already there. It's being implemented, and what we notice that in the world at large, people are preparing for it. So that's a very good indication, and this panel is a very useful opportunity to take it a step further. The CBAM is not protectionist. It's about embedded carbon. And that is the measurement, the key measurement of the system. And we have a lot to learn on that. So we have a gradual system, and we are today in the data gathering. We are not yet enforcing it with payments, but payments are going to be there as of 2026. So we have a gradual system, and I think we should grab that opportunity to clarify a number of things. And you know, in view of the interoperability, I think there are two things that we could do well together as a world community. And the first is about the gathering of the data about embedded carbon. Europe has 6 sectors it has advanced as you know, the first ones to start with, and data gathering on embedded carbon is about to start. We are not yet very far. Now, the Commission has developed and put forward guidelines already about how the data and which data need to be gathered. But there is one thing that I miss in what the Commission has been advancing, and that is the minimum standards or benchmarks that could unite us and that could simplify the debate. You are below or above, or there may be a scale of things, and I think that is what we could do well together. And what I heard from James and from other interventions here in this debate, but also elsewhere in this conference, is that we should come together. We have to talk and compare notes. Perhaps we have to take that sector by sector if there is well-prepared data, but we need easy benchmarks in order to allow a bit of more clarity in the debate. And that is what is not yet advanced by the European Commission. I think it's useful to see what kind of data are going to be collected. And as of next year, when the first data come on the table, I think that's going to be a good opportunity to work on that and to rule on that. The other element on which we could have a simplification, that is when it comes to carbon markets. Because a very important element of the CBAM legislation is that the CBAM charge can be reduced with an explicit carbon price that is paid in the country of origin. That's a very important principle. However, where the legislation is not yet clear enough to my impression, is what kind of carbon pricing systems or what minimum requirements we are putting forward for the carbon pricing systems to be taken into account. There is a wide variety between, you know, on the one hand, the EU ETS that is fully regulated, that's having a carbon price of around approximately 80 euros today. It cost 100 euros a couple of months ago. And the other extreme, the pure voluntary carbon market where 1 or 2 euros per ton is being paid. I think within those two extremes, there's a wide variety of systems, and perhaps we have to come forward with the clarity about which kind of systems may qualify and which kind of systems may not qualify. What is today the legislation is saying that the exporter to the EU has to prove that a carbon price is paid in the country of origin. And it is roughly limited to that. So also there, I think a lot of the interoperability could be facilitated on benchmarks for data and on criteria for carbon pricing systems that may be taken into account. If we would work around that, I think we could come very close to a cooperation that some would call climate clubs or carbon clubs or whatever, but I think any kind of discussion amongst like-minded countries I think would be extremely welcome. Just to say, you know, the fact that the EU came forward with its CBAM and it's steaming ahead with implementation facilitates the coming together of countries. Otherwise, we may fall into the trap of endless debates and looking for endless sophistication. Now we have to be pragmatic. We have to work that out, and we have a precise timetable, which is the 1st of January of 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jos, and also thank you for introducing two quite concrete improvements or proposals, and I'd be very curious to hear what the others also think about this. I'd now like to move to Frank Jotzo. You are leading an effort which is commissioned by the Australian government on carbon leakage mitigation, a review thereof, and this includes border measures. So what will you be looking at, and is there anything we can learn from it? when thinking about policy design here.
Yeah, thank you, Milan. And I'd just like to make clear at the outset, I'm an academic economist. I'm not a government official. I've just been appointed to lead that review by the Australian government. So Australia has now got a much strengthened emissions target, 43% by 2030, and a suite of policies are being implemented that will be increasingly effective at reducing emissions. One of them is the so-called safeguard mechanism, which is effectively a carbon pricing scheme for the industry sector. The words carbon and pricing are not usually put together in the Australian political domain for reasons of a long, difficult history around that. But it's a baseline and credit scheme and shares similarities with an output-based allocation under emissions trading, right? Form of emissions trading scheme. Now, the baselines under that scheme decline by 5% a year as a default factor from nearly full free allocation at the start, and that obviously raises the specter of carbon leakage risk down the track. Some of our industry players in the room as well have made strong and coherent arguments in favor of border measures to be considered, and that's the background for this review. The review is charged with assessing the risk of carbon leakage, first of all, and then assessing possible solutions, one of which is a potential border carbon adjustment. Now, the definition that we're taking to the assessment of carbon leakage and possible ways to address it is one that is really quite clearly confined or completely confined to the question of differential climate policy, right? So this is not about retaining industries per se. It is about differentials in policy settings, and importantly, it is set against the backdrop of the great opportunities that exist in Australia to be a very large player in decarbonized industries, and in fact to be an exporter of low and zero carbon energy-intensive commodities. Okay, so when you're thinking of a rearrangement of the global geography of emissions-intensive production, right, then you would actually expect to see reallocation towards geographies like Australia. So that's important to keep in mind as backdrop. In terms of the circumstances and objectives, I'd be very happy if we wanted to come back actually in a collective discussion here on that. But just to say, in releasing the first consultation paper for the review, which is currently out for consultation, and we're very happy actually to receive input also internationally. This is not just an Australian issue. In launching that consultation paper, Minister Bowen, Energy and Climate Minister in Australia, made clear that this won't be a copy and paste from any other jurisdiction. Okay, so this will take into account the particular circumstances and objectives, and one of them is, of course, the structure of trade and trade partners, right? So we trade predominantly with East Asia, Southeast Asia, industrializing developing countries there, and we're very keenly aware in the review and how we approach that of the interests of trade partners in all of that. Happy to come back to some other aspects of that as well. I want to finish on some thoughts on practicability of border measures. And one aspect of that is, of course, data gathering, the data preparation, as well as the assessment of domestic policy effort in exporting countries. And it would seem to me that the Climate Club and the various initiatives that are now at the start of being implemented, including in collaboration with the OECD and the IAA, appear quite promising, right, as a multilateral or plurilateral initiative in gathering data, establishing standards for measuring emissions intensity, even at the granular level of production, as well as assessment of policy effort in origin countries. And those kinds of efforts, indicate that it may well be possible to achieve interoperability in a way that doesn't rely just on individual national efforts that might happen in isolation. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Frank. Really interesting also that you emphasize that different countries will, of course, adopt policies that work for their own region, their own economic structures. That's also something that's quite coherent with the setup of the Paris Agreement. And yeah, one way to also think about this is that some policy approaches emphasize a bit more uniformity in policy, whereas others perhaps should look more at the pure carbon performance. Finally, yeah, we move to the United States. Lauren from Silverado. We have been hearing a lot today about both protecting domestic competitiveness, which should perhaps not be the goal, mitigating carbon leakage risk, but there's also just the main task of reducing emissions, especially in industry. So are there ways in which we can design border measures that also facilitate trade in lower carbon products once they are produced and thereby help green industry?
Thank you. It's really a pleasure to be a part of this panel, so thank you for the comments so far. I just want to just be clear, I am from the United States, but I do not work for the US government at this time, so I'm not speaking on behalf of the US government. There are some really key things to think about if we kind of zoom out to the 50,000 foot level and think about why we're designing these types of policies. Facilitation of trade in lower greenhouse gas products is a really great way to use the market to drive decarbonization. And so border carbon measures can be seen as sort of as a tool in that toolbox, but also as an opening statement, if you will. So building in flexibility into these policies is something that will enable countries to maximize the specific opportunities that particular countries offer globally and address some of the specific challenges that particular countries or regions are grappling with globally, so that we're not just displacing emissions. When you look at the emissions curve in, for example, the US and Europe, you see that it's starting to bend down. And in parts of, and in Asia, sort of in a block, you see that it's curving quite up. But when you disentangle that and you see the difference between emissions that are produced at home, but then exported and consumed somewhere else, that gap is growing. So remember, my dad used to give me this example that if you squeeze a balloon on one side, the air just moves to another part. So we have to be really careful about how we're just moving emissions around. And facilitation of trade in lower greenhouse gas goods should be a critical component of border greenhouse gas measures. There also needs to be some flexibility in thinking. We have the opportunity, you'll notice I'm calling them greenhouse gas measures and not carbon measures. That's because there are more greenhouse gases than just carbon, as everyone in this room knows. And benchmarking all of our work off of an economy-wide carbon-based price, and then writing into the legislation that you'll just use like a CO2 equivalent, it doesn't translate in a way that makes economic sense. So one of the things I think that we need to be thinking about is how we do greenhouse gas pricing and how we think about equivalence. I also live in a jurisdiction where we don't often put the words carbon and price together for political reasons. And we have actually a proposed piece of legislation in the United States that was proposed just a few weeks ago that is a border measure. It's called the Foreign Pollution Fee Act. And it uses as a carbon pricing mechanism, rather than having a price, it takes a benchmark approach. So if you have, for example, a set baseline for particular products as defined by the harmonized system, so you're doing this in a way that is customs compatible, you can then take the relative performance emissions on a national average to quickly determine what is the fee as a good crosses a border based on the national average for production of that product in a given country. This is a way that simplifies the math for small and medium-sized enterprises rather than each facility having to report on each specific export as it moves across borders. So it gives you the simplicity also of administrability in a way that makes it more possible to ramp up. I do also want to mention that having that fee and that price in place should also come in partnership with the flexibilities for countries to negotiate specific arrangements around that fee. For example, if there's a country that would really like to increase or improve its ability to quantify its emissions and actually have better metrics, and be transparent about what the emissions averages are for certain products, maybe they could negotiate with the country that's putting that fee in place to have a fee forgiveness for a certain period of time, a facilitation of access to the technology to do that measuring, and some support to build capacity on the ground in a very real way, as James was mentioning, of really looking at, in the particular context, what are the things that will catalyze action and movement forward. This is sort of a hybrid of being under the WTO rules system and also looking at bilateral and plurilateral free trade agreements as a model for how we can have particular relationships with specific countries that incentivize industrial decarbonization. So I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lauren. Also very interesting that you emphasize this ease of administration for small and medium enterprises. They might not show up in the data as much, but in sheer number of entities affected, that can be significant, especially globally. I would like to maybe hear more a bit later about what it means for the complexity for the regulating entity, if that is also reduced then or not. I see also a microphone coming up from Jos. Would you like to?
Well, yes, if I may, and I forgot to say I'm not talking on behalf of the European Union or the European Commission, just to be very clear about that. So I'm a professor at the university, and that's it. But what I wanted to make clear is that there is some confusion that we have to clarify between what is the obligation on exporters, on companies, and what the country dimension is. And I think that I appreciate the comments that Lauren was making, because we are going for a kind of hybrid meeting, but in the European legislation, the onus is on the importer into the EU to make a proof about the embedded carbon of the products, the 6 products, or the 6 product categories that are going to be imported. Now, there can be arrangements with countries, but we started from the idea of carbon leakage. And we started from the idea in Europe that we have a carbon price of, say, 100 euros per ton, and others do not have a carbon price of 100 euros per ton. And that is the tension that you have to bridge. And I think we have to be very clear in what we are going to consider in terms of country arrangements and agreements that we are making in the context of normally the United Nations and on climate and on trade, compared to the obligations falling on traders. I think that's a distinction we have to compare. And what I observe and I hear is that traders are already preparing very proactively for the European carbon border adjustment. They are spotting technologies to have low carbon variations of the products that they are going to import. And in that sense, important to the EU. And in that sense, I think it's already working. But the devil is in the detail. And I appreciate Frank's comments on the work that the OECD and the IEA is doing. But this is country level. This is not at the level of the exporters that are going to import into the EU. So there is a distinction to be made, or a further elaboration to be made in order to take that into account. That's the comment I wanted to make.
Thank you very much, Jos. And I would also invite questions from the audience in a bit. But before we do that, I would just like to ask James and Pedro if they would like to respond to this tension that has been described, both between having a certain policy approach, maybe the different objectives which might be pursued and what entity is actually being regulated.
Great. Also, for the avoidance of doubt, I am not speaking on behalf of the African Union or indeed any government in Africa, just to make it a collective disavowal. No, I think what I wanted to pick up on, if I may, and Milan, thank you for the chance to, is something you talked about in terms of the the ability to use carbon markets in the country of origin as a basis, and accepting that. And one area of curiosity for me is that works if you're in a country with a relatively sophisticated industrial base, et cetera, et cetera. If you're Sierra Leone, right, you will not have a domestic carbon market per se, and yet there may be a lot of activity that could benefit from that. And it begs the question, could, as we move into an Article 6 world, could there be a world, and that was one of the things I'm particularly curious about, where this mechanism is not only encouraging low and zero carbon production, it is also stimulating investment in negative carbon activity. Because a net negative carbon economy country, by definition, will not have a carbon market, will be looking for a way to export some of that net negative somewhere, and indeed this can be a way to create that demand or stimulate more of that demand, even from third-party countries. And that's just something to note here, is in a lot of cases the conversation tends to begin with, we treat zero line as the absolute, but if you look at where we are with the stock take, we will need some countries to do more than get to net zero to actually be net removers. And the critical question for us is, how are we stimulating trade in that net removal service? And that might be one of the angles that we may want to consider, either in bilateral or multilateral deals or in other mechanisms of that nature.
Okay. So a combination between Article 6 and border measures. That might not reduce complexity at first, but maybe it will yield results. Pedro, your thoughts on what you heard also?
I was just about to highlight something very similar, is that most, at least in Latin American countries, and I guess in African countries, there is a large potential for development, increasing development with sustainability and net negative emissions. And also something that was mentioned before, the role of non-CO2 emissions is also a big role, especially in the case of Brazil, where almost a third or a quarter of the emissions are non-CO2 gases. So those countries that do have the availability and the possibility to increase their practices in the sense of creating net negative economies, they are expected to play a huge role in, again, global long-term climate stabilization targets. In some countries, this is also true for their own mid-century strategies. In the case of Brazil specifically, we are going to need negative emissions. As I mentioned, there is no way to get zero emissions of non-CO2 gases. So we are going to go towards reforestation, carbon sequestration, BACs, bio-CCS. There are several opportunities in the case of Latin American countries. And I am not sure how that is concerned or how is that entangled within the whole framework of, it's not just about reducing emissions and getting it up to the benchmark or leading towards better climate policies in different countries that avoid carbon leakage. Is also about the opportunity that show up in those different countries and how can that be valued outside of those countries as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to see if there's any questions. I saw a hand going up there. If you would like to go ahead.
Thank you very much. Tennant Reid from the Australian Industry Group. I'm just incredibly delighted with the quality of this panel and the depth of the discourse that's emerging in what has been a very theoretical area and is becoming very pragmatic. Not too far from where we're talking, though, the parties in the negotiations there's a discussion about unilateral trade measures that is very that is not positive and is not sophisticated. Is very much you're doing something very bad to us and you've got to stop from the developing countries. And what's a unilateralism from the developed countries? Two questions. How can we change that dynamic there? Any thoughts on more positive engagement? And secondly, I think there's quite an influential report from the London School of Economics and for the African Climate Foundation purporting to show very large negative effects on African countries' GDP. And just any reactions to that report? I'm not a fan of that report.
Thank you. Just want to see if there's any other questions before we head back to the...
Yeah, Christian Eggenhofer from European University Institute. Just one comment and one quick question. The comment is for Lauren. I haven't seen the latest carbon budget figures, but in the past, there has been no sign that the gap between production-based and consumption-based has been increasing, so it has been steady. That meaning it's probably a function of normal trade incentives. The question is really about the benchmark, the standard. I've been around in many of these trade discussions, and all the time we ended up with the standard. What would be the standard? Now, we have a standard, ISO. Does anything speak against this? Because I'm very worried that we will continue this discussion if even the G7 doesn't make any progress on this one.
Thanks, Christian. Maybe on the first question, which sounds a bit like also an instruction for some countries to do positive engagement, I'd like to ask Frank for what you think
Yes,
that could look like.
on that point of all those negative feelings that are being expressed. And so it seems to me that quite genuinely there's a need for deeper understanding and broadly in the climate community, you know, and as well as in the trade community. And, you know, I mean, I think in this room we're probably already, we know these issues really, really well, but the same is really not the case more broadly, right? And so that tends to then result in defensive reactions, right? Secondly, I'd like to pick up on the point of revenue that you made, James, before. And, you know, I would just observe that one hears very many negative reactions to the EU decision to use the border carbon revenue, well, to allocate the border carbon revenue to domestic, you know, split it between the Commission and member states. Now, economically, of course, the incidence is on the consumers in the importing countries, right? So there's a clear case there, but the optics of it is very adverse, right? And you would think there is somewhere there a ready opportunity to actually support collaborative and cooperative approaches to support decarbonization internationally, right? Think industrial decarbonization funds in plurilateral settings or whatever else, right? That you could feed potentially out of the border revenue that will be made. And just lastly, on the revenue, of course, you know, it tends to be the case that the much larger fiscal source of revenue in the implementation of border carbon measure is the opportunity to not allocate free permits on an emissions trading scheme. This will be true, right, Jos, for the EU system, much larger than the money that will be taken at the border.
Thank you, Frank. Yes, I'll get to you in a second. I would just like to ask for a quick response also to what Christian was alluding to, the feasibility of the benchmarks.
I just wanted to also just jump in and mention that the EU CBAM is in place, as we know. The UK, Australia, Taiwan actually also has legislation in place. The UK, Australia, the US, and Canada are all currently engaged in formal legal inquiry type processes that are intended to lead to these types of policies. And at some point we'll have to recognize that it can't be unilateral. There has to be more of a collective conversation, and I think that's part of the shift into a more positive direction. There's a danger of, you know, if Australia adopts a program, or the US adopts a measure that is much easier to comply with, you may find exporters opting out of the EU market because it's easier to export to a different market. It could create a whole different type of competition in the market of ease of access. So that's a cautionary tale. Also, in terms of benchmarks and standards, I do not think that there is an international agreement, that there is an agreed upon standard for how to quantify emissions or do emissions accounting for traded goods. It's a source of a lot of conversation, and it's really important that those conversations be inclusive.
Thank you. Maybe 30 seconds, James, and then I go to yours.
On the question of the report, I think part of what was missing is I think a lot of reports and analysis take Africa as current and project into the future. The industries that were not taken into account were the industries that don't exist yet. And given Africa has a trivial share of global industrialization, it's the vast majority of Africa's future industry that was excluded. And thus you're focusing on the countries that do have an industrial base and an industrial export base, which coincidentally happen to be the most carbon intensive places on the continent. And so of course they're going to be overwhelmingly negatively affected in the near term. If you take a slightly more dynamic view, and I think the practical implication of that is actually showing where the opportunities exist in value chains to start rethinking the geography of production and energy intensive activity is the beginning of shifting this view. Otherwise you end up with, well, you know, you can't take away all our horses. How will our horse and carriages get around, even as cars are coming in through the port?
Thank you. And Jos, you had a response to?
Well, I would agree that we should have as multilateral-based discussions as possible, but that does not say that the European measure is unilateral, because it is embedded carbon, it is a globally recognized problem, and that is the standard of and the starting point of the entire debate. But as multilateral as possible, I agree with Frank, you know, the EU should make free these revenues for collaboration, industrial cooperation with countries. It's not yet in the legislation, but it could come. So I think also the EU has a lot of standard cooperation already there, which goes much beyond the expected revenues that are going to come from the CBAM. So that's a debate to be had. On James' comment on the carbon markets, I think you make a point. But in the legislation, as I read it, there is a strong preference for compliance markets and not so much for credit markets. But the language of what has been put forward is relatively openly formulated. So there is more work to be done. And the Commission has announced that by 2025, follow-up legislation is going to be developed before the system becomes up for payments as of the 1st of January of 2026. So I would take this as an open invitation to clarify what we want to do and take the benefit of having someone who has put forward a concrete proposal and now use the time between now and then to elaborate something pragmatic. Because we all know that in the multilateral context, you know, you can wait for a long time before something is moving, and having the legislation on the table forces us to make a decision to get moving.
Thank you very much, Jos. We've then reached the end of our panel, which flew by very quickly. A few very quick closing comments. This clearly has been an extremely global discussion, and as Lauren said, there are many proposals and ideas being developed, not just in Europe and the US. That also means we have to deal with many more different economic structures and other types of greenhouse gases, sectors, etc. That also poses a data challenge, which everyone will have to contend with. Then secondly, I really strongly had the view that multiple speakers and therefore countries think that you shouldn't swim upstream. Some things will change in the structure of the world economy as we are decarbonizing. And the question is, what will be the role of these border measures? Will we just try to put up barriers as much as we can or actually try to facilitate it in the right lower carbon and greener direction. And then the final comment really seems to be that outreach and cooperation really is very welcome, but especially on these very technical matters related to measurement, data collection, benchmarks, etc. And I hope we can all work together much more with each other in the future. So thank you very much to Jos, James, Lauren, Pedro, and Frank for this fantastic discussion.
they say that their two biggest challenges to take climate action are, one, access to finance, and two, capacity. And I tell you, I started my career 25 years ago in banking, and it seems to me that we still seem to be having this exact same conversation as we've been having the past 25 years. So I'm hoping that in this 1 hour, we're going to look at some good solutions from around the world that are going to help us move a step forward. We know that the growth in global climate finance has been substantial, but less than 3% of this climate finance has reached the LDCs, and the 10 countries most affected by climate change receive less than 2% of climate finance. So rapid deployment of finance and investment is critical as a means of implementation for climate action. We're going to discuss experiences from different regions. We come from really across the world, from one end to the other. We're going to identify good practices that enable especially marginalized communities and those that are that are underserved with finance. We're also going to look at de-risking approaches that can benefit and practices that can benefit multi-level climate action. So I have with me on the panel Ashaki Goodwin, who's an advisor to the president of the Caribbean Development Bank. I've got Bruno Carrasco, who's the Director General, Climate Change and Sustainable Development Department at Asian Development Bank. I've got Georges Sander, who is at the Green Climate Fund. I've got Joseph Murabula, Executive Director of the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And last but not least, Edgar Vasquez Vela, Director of the Global Business and Economics Research Center of the Exporters Association of Peru. Welcome. I am going to start with you, Bruno. I hope I don't surprise you. My question is, how is Asian Development Bank supporting small businesses in accessing climate finance? And I'd like you to try and put a bit of an accent on those led by women, those led by youth, those led by indigenous people. What are the challenges you see? What sort of good de-risking strategies have you seen? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to begin with, it's a pleasure to be here. Like to share a little bit some of the work that we've been doing at the Asian Development Bank in this important area. I'd like to begin by looking at 3 points. First of all, micro, small, and medium enterprises are really the backbone of a lot of the economic activity that is happening across Asia and the Pacific. It is a very important contributor to employment, to labor creation, and this is something that is very important and very much in line with the Asian Development Bank's vision of a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific. And it is also a very important driver of change. Businesses are what we require to work with to be able to move towards more gender-based support for business. First, women-led entrepreneurs, bringing in climate into the agenda. So this is a very first point I want to make. Secondly, and I'm going to kind of come back to the challenges. So we agree, certainly from our survey work in Asia Pacific, the biggest challenges are, number one, access to finance, number two, access to markets. And that is becoming increasingly evident as we move into the rural areas. As we move away from markets, it gets further accentuated. When we look at things like gender, and when we look at indigenous people, those challenges become even more acute. So we need to look at how we can support that work. And when we look at even youth, again, a very important driver of change. If we talk about climate, they have more at stake than any one of us. Again, we need to get them to be those entrepreneurs that can bring in change. Just in terms of how we operate at the Asian Development Bank, we're able to work through our private sector development operations. And that's very important. We tend to operate through the financial intermediation lending, two-stage lending instruments. And here, our private sector development, for example, has extended climate financing to 68% of our projects in 2022, compared to 34% in 2021. So as you can see, we're using these entry points of FIL to support the climate financing initiative. When we look at gender, so again, the FIL gives us entry points to do much more in terms of gender and development. So in the case of, again, our work, 100% of our private sector work is now supporting one of three categories of our gender classification: gender equity, gender mainstreaming, and some gender elements. And that is increasing. The first two, gender equity and gender mainstreaming, is now covers 81% of our private sector development projects supporting MSME. A second very important window, and I think this links up to a lot of the work with trade. At ADB, we have a very strong program on trade and supply chain financing. We are providing, of course, risk mitigation through guarantees to countries who are then able to bring in a lot of the primary material, a lot of the components to help supply the trade and particularly the value chain work. So again, in 2022, $7.7 billion in transactions supported through our trade and supply chain financing work. It is increasing very strongly, and it also is, it brings in important entry points. So for example, one of the more recent things that we did was we have prepared a toolkit to help these businesses to navigate through the standards, the regulations of ESG. So that's just, again, an example of how we're working. Also, bringing in ITC, we have a She Trades facility that we're working with, and then again, that helps us a lot in terms of supporting women entrepreneurs, women owners. The third one that I want to mention is probably something that all of you have heard of, WeFi, Women Entrepreneurs Financial Intermediation. We were, I believe, the first of the MDBs that were able to access WeFi, and we did that for Sri Lanka. And what is lovely about this program is it allows you to blend lending through our financial intermediation work with grants. And those grants, we can use them strategically to help in terms of capacity development, getting first-time business leaders to understand how we can access markets, how we can prepare our loan books, and that has been very, very successful. We've had great success in Sri Lanka with in the agriculture sector, so agribusiness work, but we've also expanded it to Vietnam and more recently to Indonesia. It helps develop that ecosystem that without that grant becomes a little bit more difficult. I'm just going to perhaps say one last thing, and that is that capacity development in this area is extremely important. Whenever we integrate some training, some fora where we bring together business leaders, that allows a lot of these business entrepreneurs to leap, to take to the next step. So let me pause here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. I think a lot of food for thought, and I'm sure that there will be some follow-up questions also from the audience. I know that some of them have quite some experience as business owners, so they might have some questions. You will have an opportunity to ask some follow-up questions. So moving from Asia to the other side of the world, I want to come to you, Ashaki, and CDB as a development bank. What's the difference between CDB and what a traditional bank is doing? How are you really getting the finance into small businesses and the underserved to catalyze climate action?
Thank you, Vanessa. And first of all, let me thank ITC and the other partners here at the Trade House. I have to tell you how excited I am as a trade specialist to see trade being featured prominently here at COP28 and just how trade can move the needle when it comes to climate action. Before I answer, let me first, for us at the bank, we define underserved groups as the most vulnerable in our society. Youth, women, the indigenous groupings, the poor, and of course those in our rural communities. Now, unlike commercial banks and similar to my colleague at ADB, most of our lending is done to sovereigns or through development financial institutions, the DFIs. But we recognize the importance of lending and providing support to the MSMEs and through the underserved groups. So we have found ways to provide that direct support to them. Through the DFIs, our resources are unlended to MSMEs and the underserved groups through loans, through lines of credit. What we've also recognized, so yes, we have provided support to the DFIs, but we have found that it is very important to provide that institutional strengthening to that unlending body because they are our intermediary. Assisting them with appraising loans, expanding their portfolio to the non-traditional areas, the more innovative, transformational areas on how we can address climate action. Again, we recognize, and I think it's something that has come out through this week, that the slightest change that we're going to ask MSMEs and the underserved groups to do for climate action, they can either sink or swim. That's a term that we use in the Caribbean. So through our support to DFIs, through our direct support to the MSMEs, whether it's capacity building, grants to them, support to regional institutions in the Caribbean, and overall expanding our portfolio, not just for trade-related projects, but MSME development projects. Recently, the bank signed on to be the hub in the region for the She Trade project. Through the trade unit at the bank, we have nearly 40 trade projects helping MSMEs, helping business support organizations to increase their capacity. And that capacity could come in the form of training, it could come in the form of helping them to buy equipment, and these very simple things, things that we take for granted that the MSMEs and the BSOs need to really work towards climate action related trade projects, they just don't have the resources. That's where the MDBs like us, we come in to provide that direct support to them and through DFI. So again, we are at a stage at the bank where traditionally, we've done these things, but we also want to look at more innovative financial instruments and how we can go directly to the market.
Thank you very much, Ashaki. That's it sounds like you're doing a lot of interesting work in the Caribbean. I think one question that I would have in my mind, not for you to answer now, but maybe a bit further in the discussion, is how we take the sort of work you're doing around de-risking and capacity building and scale it up, so that it's not just the development banks doing this, but how can we make this much more prevalent in the, in the commercial financial sector. So maybe we move then to, actually, you're going to get the questions. So you're going to get some answers, actually, on the type of support. So Joseph, from the Kenya Center for Innovation, Climate Innovation, you work with a lot of small businesses and startups in the climate space. Really interesting work, helping them establish, scale up, go to market. So you know a lot about the type of support that's needed. And I guess the question to you is, what kind of support would you expect from a development bank and from the financial services sector in general, because you have the right audience in front of you?
Good, thank you. Thank you, Vanessa, for that question. As you mentioned, I'm from the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. We are the biggest incubator and accelerator of climate smart businesses in the... Oh, thank you. As you mentioned, I'm from the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. We are the biggest incubator and accelerator of climate smart businesses in Africa. Majority of our businesses, of course, small, they are all startups. They come to us as ideas, and then we turn them into businesses, and then we turn them into, accelerate them into commercial enterprises. The support they need, I think, has been spoken about already. Access to finance, access to markets, access to information, access to facilities, because they may not have even places to work with, and product development kind of support. And to ensure that that works, then you need to have the policy environment right. So the question today is what sort of expectation or what sort of support do we need from DFIs, or do we need from the financial system in general? Now, the thing about DFIs is that they are somewhere in the middle between public finance and private finance. And because they are an intermediary between the two, they can pull in resources from the public financial system and then deploy it to the private commercial enterprises where these small enterprises are. And so our expectation of them, one is de-risking, be it by way of guarantee or be it by way of providing small microloans. We have a fairly successful program under what we call the Agribiz program. Here we support youth and women with good ideas around agribusinesses. And now the way we've structured that program is that we worked with the Africa Development Bank and the Africa Guarantee Fund, who then come up with a guarantee facility to enable these enterprises, once they are incubated by ourselves, to obtain financing from the commercial system. Because while we'll be able to provide them with startup capital in form of grants, they are unable to move further unless they get growth capital. And because of their small size, the financial system still looks at them as being very, very risky, or below the minimum size that they would lend at. And so what we need from them is then a guarantee system. The second is that these enterprises need to be able to get their products, their innovations into the market. And for that, the infrastructure needs to be right. So the DFIs are working with government because they are ordinarily owned or fairly close to government, can be able to provide the necessary infrastructure to be able to do, to ensure that then these enterprises are able to get their products to market a lot easier. And then the third, of course, is supply chain opportunities. It is one thing to have a very good product, but if you don't sell it, basically there isn't much you're doing. And so, again, working with government to come up with appropriate policies, things around inclusion in supply chain, things around local content development. Basically, this opens up market opportunities for these small enterprises, the likes of which we support. And then the general policy environment, again, is key. Because DFIs generally tend to have softer money, they can be able to, they have sufficient capital to be able to support governments, to be able to support authorities to come up with policies that provide the right kind of environment for these micro enterprises to thrive. In all our programs, we always put in a policy angle, and what we find, because this is you need funding that's not returnable, and therefore DFI money becomes key. And then finally, I think it would be remiss of me if I didn't talk about innovation in terms of just risk-taking at micro level. Many of the small enterprises are the laboratories for new ideas. Because people don't want to take very big risks, what you generally find is that then they come to us and say, here is a new technology, we want you to experiment with this, but in small bits and pieces, so that then whatever, if it doesn't work, the loss is not that great. And so we then use these small enterprises to incubate these technologies, supported by the DFIs. We are seeing that quite a bit in terms of waste management, which is one of the biggest growing sectors in terms of the green economy. People generally creating commercial attractive products out of waste, be they electric equipment, shoes like what I see people with here, clothes, bags, lots of things generally, or even things around support for agriculture, things like organic fertilizer and the like. But so to start it off, you need somebody who can be able to take that risk, and therefore DFIs becomes key. So the financial system generally is key. If I was to summarize in terms of 4 areas: 1, enabling policy; 2, de-risking these enterprises; 4, supporting value chains; and then finally just providing funding in terms of microloans that are required by the smaller enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. That's quite a full plate for a development finance institution, but it's a really good plate. You highlighted some very interesting ideas. Indeed, we have, I'm not sure if they're here, sorry for change. We have with us in our delegation, the ITC delegation. We brought small businesses as well as business support organizations, one of which is Saris for Change, and their business is actually recycling second-hand clothes and turning second-hand saris and turning them into these really beautiful garments. They have a great business going, and in our discussions they were talking about, yes, financing their business for scale. How do they get to scale? How do they set up, a massive logistics operation that would allow them to actually scale what they're doing? And the other point that you made, indeed, at Trade House, we had some discussions around supply chains and market opportunities, as you can imagine. And one of the areas, indeed, that we talked about was government procurement and sustainable procurement being a big lever for change. We know that government procurement is, $13 trillion annually. So if governments can even set aside a small amount of that to channel towards small businesses that are taking climate action, that can make a really big difference. Let's move then, we're going back and forth across the globe. Let's move back to the other part of the world, back to Peru. And Edgar, you have a really rich panoply of experiences. You've been a trade negotiator, you've been a policy maker, you're in export development. So it would be really interesting to hear from you what successful initiatives in a country as diverse as Peru that you've seen, and what the main challenges around financing for climate action for small businesses.
Well, first, thank to ITC and the partners in the Trade House for the invitation. And I want to start my intervention saying that a key element is the high political level involvement. That means that leaders should to be clear about the requirements, about the necessities, and of course support the ministers and others in the different policies that they should apply. If countries have not the involvement of the leaders, it's impossible. The second issue that I want to share in starting is that it's a mistake to let just the Ministry of Environment to deal with these problems. Because, of course, Minister for Environment are specialists, but they usually don't have money. And they should to negotiate with Minister for Economy and should to involve to Minister for Foreign Trade and Tourism and others, because finally these issues are cross-cutting issues. They need to receive the support and also understand the point of view of the other authorities. That is a second key element in any national strategy in order to support SMEs, and in particular, of course, in programs that could lead to introduce sustainability in their actions. The third important point of view that we should consider is that different SMEs are in different stages. That means, for example, in these days I have heard many people say that capacity building is not required yet. Of course, because they are received capacity building. They are in a different stages. They need financial resources for markets or for adaptation or etc. But in the countries, already exist thousands, millions enterprises, SMEs, that still need capacity building activities. In the basic, trying to explain and introduce them about the benefits for their business, for their families, and for their countries, to introduce sustainability approaches in their activities. In that line, in Peru, we are working in basically in 4 areas. Of course, the first one is capacity building. We have had good progress and good success in this with the participation of national authorities, National Business Association, of the Sporting Association, and of course the international cooperation in regards of international bodies and also countries. In this case, we have success in many sectors. For example, in the agricultural sector, Peru in the last decades has converted in one of the most important providers of food to the world, and in particular in the sector of organic foods. This is a strength that already have Peruvian export of foods. Another area in which we are making interesting progress is in the introducing of the approach of circular economy in industries of textile and clothes, trying to don't lose water and recycling everything that is possible, and in that line try to be more productive. And also, well, it's important to learn not just about the success that we can have, also about the mistakes. And most of the problem that we have in the capacity building activities, basically that countries, developing countries, receive from international organizations or NGOs or different countries, European Union, United States. Part of the problem is that they come to our countries with their own point of view and own standards, and not necessarily those standards or programs are adapted to the real needs to the SMEs in countries as Peru. Peru is a very difficult country in geographical terms and social terms. We have a coastal region, the Andes, mountains, the Amazon basin, and not so well connected because those difficulties. And of course, we should to understand these differences in each country in order to try to adapt the programs to the real needs to the SMEs in order to have success. An additional issue is that most of these programs usually give the resources to intermediaries. And of course, we lose a lot of resources because we are paying a lot of consultants and not necessarily giving the resources to the companies that really need them. And join this is that the consultants are not people of the country. That usually the cooperation bodies trying to use their own consultants, and of course come with our countries, not necessarily with the views and the knowledge about the reality in different aspects in our countries. The second is the adaptation. Of course, companies and SMEs need to also receive resources in order to adapt their process, the production processes, logistic providers. This is a very difficult aspect. It's a different level. but of course is necessarily also. In this case, Peru have not made a lot of progress. We have not many programs that have had success. Basically, Ministry of Industry with a program trying to introduce resources for innovation, for introduce new certifications and etc. But that's all, similar that many of countries. The third aspect is market access. Peru have had a lot of success in order to open markets. 90% of the export and import of Peru are covered by free trade agreements. That is good, but of course, now the work is try to use those free trade agreements, and in particular in these products in which we can have the possibility to positive impact for small and medium enterprises. Also, generate spaces for the direct connection between the SMEs and the buyers. But that is another problem that usually developing countries have. A lot of traders take the products to the producers and of course go with the products to the markets, but the benefits finally are not for the producers. They continue paying lower prices and affecting the sustainability. And finally, of course, the cross-cutting issue of finance. Here in Peru, we have success with some programs in regards of non-refunding funds and guarantees, public non-refunding funds and guarantees. Private sector are working not so good. They have not introduced a lot of or productive, efficient programs in this case. I am learning about the initiative that you are in your countries are introducing, and also try to work together with private companies in the commercial bank and another in Peru, because we need a more active participation also of the private banks in Peru in order to support the SMEs, in particular in the requirements for sustainability. And of course, we are receiving a lot of support from different countries and international organizations. And in order to close my interventions here, it's important also to note that not always the support from countries are in the same direction. Because when we receive, for example, cooperation from the European Union, of course they want to introduce their own point of view, their own standards. And when we talk about the same issue with the United States, they have a different point of view and try to introduce resources in a different line. That means that finally we cannot use in an efficient way the low quantity of resources that already exist, that already are available in order to impact in a better way to our SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You highlight a couple of really good points that I think even from yesterday and the day before I'm hearing. This idea of solutions, bottom-up solutions, this idea of involving stakeholders in creating solutions. And then, you know, across the panel, it's also clear to me that the need to have a consolidated approach to connect the dots from, you know, the most fantastic financing instrument isn't going to solve the problem. The best policy on its own isn't going to solve the issue. The greatest capacity building program may not solve the issue, so the need to connect all these dots together. But in the last question in this round, I come to you, Georges, from Green Climate Fund. You see quite a lot from where you sit in terms of climate finance. We hear that funding is there for financing of the business sector. So I guess I'm really interested in why it's not getting to where it's getting, or how can we accelerate the deployment of this climate finance to small business? How can we do that in a really inclusive way? What are the bottlenecks that we need to address, and what can we do to help?
Yeah, thank you for this question. So I represent the private sector facility within the Green Climate Fund. So out of the 13.5 billion that have been approved in projects to date, a third roughly comes or has gone through the private sector facility and goes into private sector projects. So our role is to be that of a first investor that comes in and helps prove a project, de-risk it. But I find it always funny, there's a lot of billions always announced, but we need a pipeline of investable projects. The fundamentals must work. We are not there to pump in concessional finance to support a failing business model. We need solutions actually economically viable on the private sector side. And our role is to actually alleviate capital market inefficiencies or local financial market inefficiencies to help then bring in private capital. So that was just a small parenthesis, but now I want to address directly the question in relation to SMEs. SMEs, I think it was mentioned before, they're a large part of the population, of the economic activities in terms of employment. And therefore, they feed directly also into our mandate of making societies in developing countries more climate resilient and also reduce their emissions. Now, for us as a large institution, we view local financial institutions as a critical last mile to serve these. And I've started my career in banking as well as an SME banker. And therefore, I know that the knowledge you have as a relationship manager within SMEs goes much beyond spreadsheets, financial statements, and credit rating tools. It is really, it's the he say, she say, what you know about the sponsor, what you know about the market, and that is not something like with listed companies that you can find in analyst reports. So you need that local touch. So for us now, that is going to be a key pillar over the next 4 years, is strengthen the capacity of local financial institutions, enabling them ideally as well to mobilize not only institutional capital, but how do we unlock local capital that is also trapped and not necessarily going to potential solutions in local countries. And then our role is then to support these organizations. Normally the way we do that, and I've been on a few panels as well where a lot of criticism was voiced around how difficult it is to work with the Green Climate Fund and how stringent we are with all our criteria. But we are not a normal development bank. We are there for climate. So we need a very clear rationale that is built out on why this project supports climate. Our mission is now to help our partners understand that, simplify our requirements, and convey those. And ultimately, I think all the financial institutions we had on the panel said, yes, it's painful, you do it the first time. You need to build up your reporting, you need to build up your estimates, and that takes time, and that is an investment, and you need to put the resources that you can't have a person working half-time on this. But the outcome of that is that you will be prepared for fundraising from any institution that has an impact or has an impact mandate, because you will have the infrastructure, the know-how in place to do that. So I think for us, going forward, the priority is to support SMEs, private capital mobilization, supporting the most vulnerable, Caribbean SIDS, Pacific SIDS, least developing countries, and generally a focus on Africa. And at the nexus of all of this, we have the SMEs. Now the question is, one thing is, that is under our control is maybe working on how we can be leaner to serve the target beneficiaries better. But then it does take time to bringing people to a certain level also in terms of capacities and working to certain requirements.
Thank you very much, George. I have a quick follow-up question. It's a very simple one. What sort of support do you give local financial institutions to prepare to access financing?
Yeah, thank you.
Can that be sped up?
That's actually not a small follow-on. And I apologize, I missed that detail when I got carried away in my answer. But what we normally do is we have several ways of supporting financial institutions. And it's not only about pumping money into the system. So we have two ways. Either we can provide a concessional loan the entity matches this funding, and then you have a blended loan that is being passed on. Now, what that does, or is supposed to do, is you have very often restrictions in developing countries. And I worked 5 years in Myanmar, where I tried to raise money for projects from banks that were exclusively deposit funded, so they couldn't go over tenors above 3 years. They had very high deposit rates, so the funding cost very high. So you have a problem in terms of structuring actually loans. With a 3-year tenor, you can't finance an asset. So, and that's now where the Green Climate Fund can, for example, help with longer tenor funding that complements these deposit-funded resources. And then the banks are then capacitated to extend loans that are longer, that are maybe cheaper, and especially if you look at the adaptation and mitigation side. On mitigation, you can make the case that you can improve your cash flows by energy savings. On adaptation, we have a lot of examples on the agriculture side, where you may not necessarily have immediate cash flows. So you need to structure these loans over several crop cycles, because the investments you need to make on adaptation do not immediately generate into additional cash flows. It's a payoff in the long term by being more resilient. So this is a bit how we help. We can also provide a guarantee that is partially covering a portfolio and events of default in that portfolio. And then typically what we want to ensure is that banks, because very often these target beneficiaries are underbanked. So you need, and all banks overall in the world have a cookie cutter approach. So at some point you need to capacitate the credit analysts to get comfortable with this segment, and also to get comfortable with the climate aspect behind it. So there is some technical assistance that we can make available as well. And ultimately what we want to achieve is that the banks develop their own track records and their own data to see what are the probabilities of default, how do they materialize, what is the recovery rate of loans, you know, how do customers pay back, and then you can use that as data going forward to better assess the risks. And when the Green Climate Fund's funding is not there anymore, we have a going concern actually on these programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, very interesting. And now I turn to you to make the conversation, to take the conversation to the next step. So, do we have any comments or questions? I see a question here, hand here. We'll get you a microphone. And we'll take a couple of questions first and then come back to the floor, to the panel.
I will just come to the front in order to look to all of you. Thank you very much for the very interesting speeches. My name is Ana Euler. I'm a business director of Embrapa. Embrapa is the Brazilian Agriculture Research Corporation. This week, we launched a radar of agri-techs that are, startups related to the agri-food sector. We have been doing this monitoring of agri-techs since 2019. And in 2019, it started with about 500, and we reached already almost 2,000 this year. Just general numbers, we have 70% of the funds are familiar funds. So, and there were, in the last 2 years, one decrease in funds for agri-techs in Brazil. So one of the questions is why this is happening, and for instance, the Green Climate Fund, how could agri-techs of Brazil access the Green Climate Funds? And another very important indicator is the participation of women. Now, even though it's increasing the number of small enterprises, startups from the agri-tech that have participation of women, and from the last one, it increased from 27% to 35%. The ones that are really led by women or composed just by women are 3.8%. So for the Kenyan colleague, I would like to know how you are dealing with this to really accelerate the participation of women in this environment. I know that we are talking about, you were talking about climate enterprise in general. In Brazil, the agri-tax or the agri-food, it's very important as a response for climate change, as the agriculture sector contributes with most of the of our net emissions. So thank you very much. Just to propose these questions for the debate.
Thank you very much. Two good questions, and I'm going to give the microphone to my colleague.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. The question is addressed to all of you, in particular looking at the finance and investment for climate adaptation. If you can share more examples of mechanisms that actually work for smallholders. And I think this is a big challenge in many value chains: cocoa, coffee, fruits and vegetables, roots and tubers, for example, in the Caribbean. And I'm not sure we still are there with practical solutions that actually manage to de-risk this type of investments for them, and most importantly, that make it viable. Because in the end, many times we actually have to blend. Without the blending, without the grant money, it's actually not economically viable. So just to explore a bit more, if you have more practical examples on this one. And of course, carbon credits, you know, or you might not share that with me, but is it viable? Is it a solution? Do we have other mechanisms when we're thinking smallholders? Thanks.
Thank you very much. So maybe we take those three questions, actually. Agri-tech startups, how can they access, in Brazil, how can they access resources that come through for the Green Climate Fund? How do you have any experiences on promoting women participation? And, you know, the question came to you, Joseph, but if any others want to comment on that, please feel free. And then practical solutions for financing smallholders. May I start with you, Georges?
Yeah, and I think those are two great questions, and I would like to address them together because I think they fit quite nicely. First of all, I think agri-tech and especially fintech focused can really help unlock a few things in smallholder financing because, again, smallholders are often underbanked. In a previous role, when I was in Myanmar, I thought it was obvious that microfinance finances them, but and even the local banks and microfinance institutions told us, we don't like the risk of a bullet repayment over 6 months. We want to have urban entrepreneurs. And then when we worked with vendors, they said, well, we need to see a track record, how that works. So now, in the meantime, we have technology via satellite, where you can actually do monitoring of crops and how you can establish actually that track record from an operational perspective. And then you just put that number in a spreadsheet, make a few assumptions, and you get to a cash flow forecast. And the same thing can be done with different types of insurance. And where you then develop insurance products against climate hazard. I think those two elements will be huge enablers in the future. We now need to see how we embed them in all those smallholder financing programs. Now, the question is, how can agtech startups access Green Climate Fund funding? So we do not invest directly into startups. We invest in larger programs. And one way to do that is on the innovation side. We do take first loss, or generally we can become an anchor investor in a fund that invests in startups. And we take stakes in other funds, not only on the VC side. Again, the climate angle must be clear, but then our role is also to bring in private sector investors. So the narrative could be, these are the agtech startups, this is what they do to further solutions on mitigation or adaptation. The fund is targeting X startups, that ticket size, and if you put in 20% of the total capital, then we can go out and fundraise because we have a stamp of approval from the Green Climate Fund that we follow strict guidance on what is green and what is climate, and we have an anchor investor. And that should enable you then, with that commitment, to go out and raise others. So this is typically how we would approach such a topic, and innovation is also one of our priorities. Now then I go back to the other element on smallholders. We have quite a few examples, and we have just launched a few days ago at the IFAD Pavilion the ARCA-FIM project in East Africa, where we work together with equity banks. So we work through accredited entities. I'll spare you the detailed pitch, but so through IFAD, we funded Equity Bank. Equity Bank put some of its own money, and I think IFAD put resources as well. And this program targets actually smaller local financial institutions. It targets smallholders at the end, and some are served directly, some via intermediaries, to then really help them make these investments into adaptation. Now, again, having direct experience with smallholders on the ground, I think we need to think more about including them into the markets, and that's what I liked about this topic. You can't just do capacity building, and I know capacity building, in my experience, I saw with smallholders, you can achieve already a lot by helping people change the way they work and giving them a bit of a nudge, but ultimately, there's two bottlenecks. One is access to working capital, but then access to markets as well, and how you eliminate all these inefficiencies. So I would say, if I were to design an ideal project around smallholders, I would definitely have concessional blended working capital to capacitate. Then, we need to bring in the suppliers. We need to have a coordination among suppliers, and we need to have an integrated value chain. So we need to have a clear offtake market and somebody who commits, who's credible to buy, and ideally credit-worthy, because then you improve basically the cash flows that are flowing back to the shareholders. And then the technology comes in to make all of this less costly to finance, because local banks have a high cost of manually going and verify, and sometimes even struggle to make the first due diligence because it's too remote. So sorry, long answer, but that would be my ideal project for smallholders.
And it's a very good answer. Actually, that's exactly why, as a trade agency, we're having this discussion on climate finance, because we know that the two go hand in hand. Access to finance to do what? Access markets, livelihoods, jobs, incomes, and this is exactly how we work across the value chain, from producer to market, overseas, abroad, in Europe, in the US, producers working in the Latin America region exporting to the US market, or producers in the Africa region exporting to the European market, or South-South cooperation where producers are working together to create products, to build value chains, and then linking that around the value chain, working with value chain service providers like financial intermediaries and financial institutions, or policymakers on the policy issue. But maybe quickly, Joseph, I'll ask you to comment on the women in agri-tech, and then I'll open up the practical solutions to the whole panel, and then I'll wrap up.
Yeah, thank you. So the idea is, how do we ensure a high participation of women in our programs? First of all, we have a gender policy that has what you'd call positive discrimination in favor of women. While most of our programs focus on the youth, for women, there's no age limit. So that ensures that all women, as long as you're above 18 years, you become eligible. While on the other side, the men, basically there's an age limit of 35 years. So positively, that ensures inclusion. Now we have then, that would never work unless the men are trained. So we have a male engagement policy where before we start off any program, we sort of train the men to understand that their wives, so to speak, may have to be away from home for some time, basically on training, or basically being given information on how to run this program. And that's what we've seen over time, is that then the participation of women has gone up because the men are now more accommodative of that stance, that their wives can be away from home. Now, that is deliberate targeting of women. You know, in Kenya, there's a prevalence of women groups in most communities. So we work with the ministries to identify these women groups, and then we provide information, and therefore they are then onboarded depending on the level of education. They are then onboarded either as individuals or part of a whole group. And that way you probably then are able to access more women. And then the fourth is basically capacity building. And this is done in two ways. One, we have a gender specialist within KCIC, within our organization, who then goes out there and then trains these women on gender inclusion and how that relates to the agribusiness program, where most of them participate. And then the second is through bringing on board financial institutions with specialist products for women. The main one that we work with is what we call the Kenya Women Finance Trust, because it's a financial institution that is basically built on women from start to the end. And so we have a collaboration agreement with them. So wherever we go, we provide opportunities for them to be able to sell their products and structure their products in such a way that then they appeal to these women. Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much, Joseph. So let me just open up for a quick comment on good practical solutions for financing smallholders. It has to be very brief, though. I'm sorry.
Sure. Thank you, Vanessa. And so good to be on such an esteemed panel with colleagues. So I'll just wrap up with just 3-point solutions and just very briefly some of the work that the bank has decided to do. One, this year the bank approved over $7 million US loan and grant to St. Lucia, where we are invested in what we call a youth economy project focused on youth, gender, and environmentally sustainable projects. We see that is our inroad, not just through loans, but to grants, how we can support the capacity of young people in St. Lucia. We've also joined 2X. So we have agreed that we have to have a gender lens when we are investing and when we are providing support to sovereigns or through the DFIs. And that has yielded our support in other areas as well. And finally, the comment by the colleague on how we can support smallholders. And again, we have to be very targeted. We can't use the same approaches that we have done 10 years ago, 5 years ago. So how can we use a value chain approach to support the smallholders? Capacity building, very important, financing. So not just saying that we are providing an envelope of funds, but how can we make it accessible and affordable? Because you can have an envelope of funds, but the smallholders, the vulnerable groups, they can't access it and it's not affordable. And the bank, we have taken the position that financing has to be affordable and accessible to our stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Ashaki. Would you want to comment, Bruno?
Yes, thank you very much.
And maybe use the opportunity to do your final point as well for the
yes.
discussion.
So thank you very much. I just wanted to come back to a very clear point. Empirical evidence supports the fact that lending to women-led businesses, women-owned businesses, generally much higher returns than the population on as a whole. So in some ways, the smart money should be lending to women businesses, women-led entrepreneurs. When we have the record, when we have the credit information bureaus that tell us that this person is a good credit risk, then those de-risking instruments that we're talking about, those guarantee mechanisms, no longer needed. Let's use those guarantees effectively in a way that targets the benefit of lending in perhaps the first-time borrowers. I think the second point I wanted to mention is we talk a lot about de-risking. We can refer to de-risking more broadly in terms of the policy de-risking, and here we're talking about a lot of the work that goes into strengthening the business climate, the business development, the business environment, and that is a very fundamental point. But then there's the de-risking of the financial instruments themselves. And here again, there are first loss provisions, as George mentioned. There is the possibility of syndication. There's a possibility of blended finance. Every instrument has, in some ways, a targeted advantage. So we have to be able to use those instruments appropriately. I think the last point that I wanted to mention is that there are tremendous opportunities linking up the greening of manufacturing, the greening of industrial policy. From Asia Pacific, manufacturing hub of the world, we see that there are tremendous opportunities to develop that ecosystem, to be able to get much more of the inclusion into the regional value chains, the global value chains for the greening of the economies, the components, the parts. And I think that that can be a potential revolution in terms of how we see lending to businesses, including small and medium enterprises.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bruno. And Edgar, I'll give you the floor for just a few final words, because I can see Ashley staring down at me.
Well, all my colleagues work in financial institutions. Exporter Association is a business support organization. We don't have financial instruments. We try to support SMEs in order to be very well prepared and present to your companies or your organization and have success in order to receive the resources. In the case of Peru, we need to work in a harder way in order to have more alternatives from the private sector, because finally we should to generate market incentives in order to have more financial products for the SMEs. One important element that we are trying to do is consider that Peru alone is a small market and is have just few resources. We are trying to work together with our partners in the Pacific Alliance, Colombia, Mexico, Chile, and Peru, in order to construct in the framework of two working groups, Circular Economy Working Group and SME Working Group, different alternatives, including the possibility to create a sovereign fund in order to try to generate resources and, of course, try to give alternative to our SMEs for sustainable activities. And thank you again.
Thank you very much, Edgar. And I'm going to take one last comment from the floor. I've got Hamza over here. He's from Morocco. He's from the delegation of small businesses that we brought to the COP to engage and to really bring the reality of what's happening on the ground. Over to you, Hamza.
Hi, everyone.
Just a couple of 1 minute.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the brilliant remarks. I hear everything that you're saying, and in ANU, I represent today one of the probably most successful SME in Africa, and in Morocco specifically. Except we're doing everything you're saying, from inclusivity, from me being a youth, from even the little details that you talked about, for example, crops and satellites and all of this, and yet we're finding immense hardship when it comes to financing. And the issue is really that the way financing is designed, we can't just like reform it as it is. We must redesign it. We must redesign it because when we talk about, for example, Africa, and we talk about the financial system, every transaction that happens in Africa will have to go to New York to come back to Africa, even between two African countries, for example. So this is like a bigger, of course, project. We're not gonna be able to do it right now, but another project that we might be able to do is, for example, when we go get grants, one of the major issues that I see with every single project that has social impact, I'm working with 800 women, we've raised $2 million, we've generated $3 million in artisan revenue, all sorts of really big KPIs. We have a return on investment of 14 times the money we get basically in terms of value, and yet we find issues. And so one of the ideas is that we need, as SMEs, to be in the rooms where the grants, for example, are being designed. And one of like a practical idea that I can leave you with is basically that we can redesign these grant systems in a way that it doesn't take capacity from us. Like, we're really good today. I speak really good English. We're like excel at all sorts of things, and yet we struggle to fill grant applications because they're so consuming. It takes so much time, and that's not my job. My expertise is not to evaluate myself. My expertise is to generate basically revenue for rural women, to turn the craft market into a powerhouse for revenue for climate action. And so I think it's really important that we have this conversation with the funders. We've tried to do it. We've tried to work with the funders we're working with and tell them, look, we are overperforming more than any of your other projects. Let's have this conversation. Let's be partners in developing this. But it did not really succeed. And so my call right now to you guys is, and everyone in the room, is basically, how do we get SMEs like Anu represented in the rooms that design these grants in order to be able to do everything that you've said? Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Hamza. Thank you. Fantastic way to close this session. Let's sit together. Let's not leave it here at the COP. Look forward to working together with all of you to design that perfect SME solution that you talked about, George, where we put together all the different nuts and bolts to come up with the perfect solution. Thank you very much for participating in this session at Trade House. Thank you very much for your active engagement.
Good afternoon, everybody. If we're going to start in a couple of minutes. Okay. Okay, good afternoon and welcome. And thanks to all of those people who have joined us in person, but also I understand we're being live streamed. So I'm sure that we will also get a large audience in the weeks and days ahead as well. Just to introduce myself, I'm your moderator for this afternoon. I'm Fiona Shearer. I'm the Director of Sustainable and Inclusive Trade at the International Trade Centre. And in case some of you don't know, the International Trade Centre, we are the only UN organisation that focuses exclusively on small business development and also in helping small business access trade opportunities, and particularly with a focus on sustainability, on inclusivity, and also on digitalisation as key areas of strategic focus and impact for us. So today we are talking about something very, very, very close to my heart around empowering small businesses to take climate action through ecosystem building. The reason this is very close to my heart is that I believe that the only way that we're going to really achieve sustainable change is to build capacity locally to drive change. So we need to walk away sometimes from the direct delivery and become more facilitators in the space of capacity building. We're going to hear perspectives from our panel today from across the globe and from many different aspects of work. And we also have one of our ecopreneurs here. I'm also very proud to say that two of the business support organizations with us on the panel are also part of our Green to Compete hub network, which are hubs that are set up to support green and innovations, to build capacity locally and provide services relating to efficiency, improving climate competitiveness of businesses. So it's a real privilege, and an intention of ITC at this COP was very much to bring the voices of small business and bring the voices of business support organizations to COP to actually talk about how it feels at the grassroots level dealing with these challenges every day. So I'm very, very happy to have you all here, and I will introduce the panel shortly. Just to let you know what we're going to be covering and how the session will run. We'll have an exchange with the panel on various issues around the role of business support organizations in supporting the climate challenge and enabling small business to adapt to the climate challenge. We will have an opportunity for some questions from the floor, so if people have particular questions for the panel or in general, then there'll be some time for that. And then we will also have some closing remarks from Dorothy McAuliffe, who's the Special Representative for Global Partnerships from the US, who's going to talk a little bit about how the US is working and supporting innovation and partnerships in the climate space. So let me first introduce my panel. Let me start to my right, Rosie. So Rosie is from the MTN Zambia Foundation. The foundation has been set up, established 2021, I understand, and is set up very much to support MTN CSR initiatives and to promote issues around innovation, creation of innovative business models, and particularly linking into digital skills. So we'll be interested to hear from the digital perspective. To my right is Ernest Chitachi. Thank you. Please forgive if I pronounce poorly. Corporate Services Manager at Kenya Climate Innovation Centre, one of our green hubs. Kenya, always very dynamic, very path-breaking, very active private sector. And KCIC offers incubation, capacity building, financing for new, small and medium-sized businesses. and support particularly with a focus on the climate challenge. Very innovative approaches, and I believe that we're going to have lots of to learn from your experiences here. To my left, I have Damie, who is from the Caribbean Export Development Agency. So it's great that we have such spanning the globe perspectives, and we were just talking about the challenges around small island economies and how specific and intense those challenges are in the climate space from many different angles. So we'll be very interested to hear about that. Caribbean Export is focused particularly on providing services to across the 15 states of the Caribbean and works with businesses to increase exports, attract investment. So very much a facilitating trade and investment within the region and beyond. And to my far left, very unpleasant noise. It's not a fire alarm, is it? Okay, we'll just let the fire alarm pass for a second. Take a breath. It's painful.
Has it done that before?
Pardon? Not when I've been here. It must be something to do with me. Okay. And to my left, in the beautiful green, I don't know if you want to give us a twirl. Without dropping. Beautiful Moroccan artisan outfit. Thank you very much, Hamza. So Hamza is, as I say, one of our ecopreneurs, doing a lot of work in the artisan industry, and we'll be hearing very much about how his innovations and platforms are supporting and empowering small businesses in Morocco. So we begin. Just give me 1 second. So, Damie, let me start, if I may, with you. And as I was saying in the introduction, the Caribbean is probably one of the regions. There are many regions vulnerable, but the Caribbean is particularly vulnerable to the shocks and effects of climate change. How do you deal with that challenge as an export agency? How do you the shocks, the impact that has in terms of the supply chain on exporters, on businesses? So how do you tailor your support? What's the role of partnerships, network building? How are you building the resilience of your support in the face of climate challenge?
Thank you very much, Fiona, and thank you to ITC for having us. It's certainly been a wonderful experience here at COP28. For those of us who don't know the Caribbean region essentially is made up of a number of small island developing states. You have countries as small as St. Kitts and Nevis with populations of 50,000 persons. As I said, most of the countries are small islands with the exception of Belize, Guyana, and Suriname, who are in Central and South America, respectively. So naturally, we have to focus on building resilience in the Caribbean region. Climate change is affecting us on all fronts, as you can imagine. From a weather, over the last few years, we've seen increasing intensities in terms of storms, in terms of hurricanes. Dominica, another small island, was basically devastated by Hurricane Maria, which was the strongest hurricane on record of the 20th century. And it totally devastated Dominica. And that's just one example. In addition, we also face, from an economic point of view, the economic costs associated with climate change. Fiona mentioned supply chains being disrupted. Because we're small island developing states, we depend on shipping routes in the Caribbean region, which is already very expensive. But when you add the impacts of climate change, that just skyrockets through the roof. We are one of the more food insecure regions in the region. 90% of our food is imported. We grow very little, and when you have climate change effects, it affects what we do grow. So as you can imagine, those are just some of the challenges that we face in the Caribbean region. In terms of the private sector, having to deal with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which devastated tourism. Tourism is our #1 revenue earner in the region. So the private sector is very much focused on rebounding from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, we are not as far as we need to be from a private sector point of view and also from a policy and governmental point of view in mitigating and adapting to the effects of climate change, which is something that we need to do and we need to push forward. There has been a push. Some of the leaders in the region, for example, PM Motley, who many of us would have seen, who had very good remarks at COP28, are really pushing the charge for SMEs and businesses in the region to look towards what we call the green economy transition. And that is something that Caribbean Export Development Agency, who is the official export and investment promotion agency for the region, is something that we're pushing very hard. And we're pushing very hard through capacity building for the MSMEs. We're pushing very hard in attracting investments in green economy transition and green energy type projects. But what we're facing immense challenges and we've spoken about it right throughout COP, including the previous panels. There's problems in terms of attracting finances. There's problems in terms of policies that govern or, make these sort of investments palatable to investors and to SMEs. There's a serious lack of problems with SMEs attracting financing to finance their green economy transition. So I imagine other regions in the world face the same problems, but as you already heard, in the Caribbean region, it's absolutely important that we sort these issues out, and we do so. So Caribbean Export has been pushing very hard. We've been giving grant financing for SMEs to finance their green economy transition. But what we've realized is you have to build we can't do it alone. And what you may find is that there are a number of agencies in the region that are sort of doing this on their own in silos. What is important is that we build a ecosystem of cooperation and collaboration amongst the various stakeholders in the Caribbean region, including the BSOs, including the private sector, including the international donor agencies. Caribbean Export is very happy to become the Green to Compete hub for ITC. That way we were able to leverage the support that ITC can provide to continue to impact the private sector in the Caribbean region. But we have to continue to build those partnerships. And we heard from the previous panel where we had CDB, where we had the Green Climate Fund. Caribbean Export is actively working to try to bring all of the players to the table so that we can develop these strategies to move the Caribbean private sector along to where it needs to be. So I think I'll stop there. I've said a mouthful, but I think I hopefully set the table for some future discussions. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Very interesting points there around the geography challenge of the Caribbean in terms of, sorry, I'm just checking my microphone's on, is that right? Yeah. The challenge that creates just around the basics like trade facilitation and transporting goods, and the importance in the context of that for cooperation and coordination, because you're dealing with small economies, small markets, big challenges. So thanks very much. Let me move over to my right, to Africa, to Kenya. My heart is in East Africa, by the way. I lived in Tanzania for many years and Uganda. So I have a very great fondness for the region. KCIC, been doing lots of really interesting work in the innovation space. Can you talk a little bit more about network building, incubation, and financing, and how you work in these different ways? Excuse me, the different tools and approaches that you use in KCIC around networking, innovation, and collaboration to build and support small businesses in the climate challenge.
Yeah, okay, thank you. When it comes to networking, incubation, and financing, it's a good interplay, particularly to support green entrepreneurs. As Potter said, the writer of a book called Your Network is Your Net Worth, you'll find that there's a need for us to have good networks. And for example, in terms of KCIC, we normally use about 4 principles when we are looking for partners. So one, in terms of a partner who could support us in terms of identifying the SMEs that we support, so that to us forms a very good network. Then a second partner that we are also looking at in terms of creating network is somebody who could also give some sort of a service either to KCIC or the enterprises that we support. Because you realize that some of these green enterprises have different needs, whether it is design, whether it is prototyping. So, and we may not have all the in-house capability to service them. So we look for different partners that then can also help us in terms of providing a particular service. Then the third aspect that we also look at it is from in terms of sustainability. So can we have partners either who can give you resources, whether they are financial, human, or any form of resource that can build sustainability for the institution and also for the enterprises that we are supporting. Then the last bit of it is now in terms of visibility and markets, because we are supporting enterprises who are developing innovative products. So one, how does this network help us to create visibility around the innovation? How can this network also help us create market? Because some of these products may not be known in the market and they may need to be known in the market. So networking then becomes quite key. Then when it comes to incubation, incubation provides a safe haven, particularly for innovations around climate change, because most of them, either they are just at an idea stage or they are at a prototype stage, and they need a safe haven where they can test the idea, develop the product, move it to market, and prove that actually this is a viable product that can be sold on the market. So then through the incubation, we're able to provide them with advisory service, whether looking at their business model, looking at their financial model, helping them in terms of product design from prototyping to production, looking at regulatory environment, checking on things like standards, intellectual property, trademarks that these enterprises need to move this particular product to market. And also looking in terms of financing, assigning them a mentor who then they can work with just to bounce ideas on them as they move forward. Then when now we are looking in terms of financing, you realize that green enterprises need a different set of financing depending on what level they are. So those who are really at ideas and prototype stage may need some level of proof of concept grants, where then this grant can help them develop a minimum viable product, do market testing, and also help them improve that particular product. Once they've done that and now they're able to move to market, they may need some either working capital or capex where they can buy equipment. So depending on which level they are, financing plays a very crucial role when it comes to the growth of most of these enterprises. So for example, within KCIC, we have different levels of financing where we give these enterprises proof of concept grants, and this is free money we give them to help them develop their product and test it. After that, we give them what we call early stage financing. Early stage financing is mainly for working capital and is a repayable grant. So we give you a grant, give you a nine months moratorium where you have to work on your products, and then after 9 months, you can start repaying. Then we have a third option where then we have a result-based financing, and this is more of CAPEX, where then we give you, yes, is a repayable grant, but then you only unlock it when you meet particular milestones. So that way, then it encourages different entrepreneurs to access the finance, but also achieve particular milestone that they are doing. As an organization also, we have an impact investing arm, which we call Kenya Climate Ventures. So for enterprises that have scaled and growth enterprises, then they're able to go to our subsidiary, that's Kenya Climate, where then they can either access debt or equity. So in a wholesale, all these things work actually to just move these enterprises to the next level.
Thank you so much. I mean, that's an really impressive model. Is the financing actually coming from, is it private sector financing, or is some of the funding coming through governments?
Most of the funding is mainly through private sector, the ones we have. But one of the other things that currently we are working on is to see how can also government come in and support these enterprises. Because you'll find as an organization, then we work with a lot of development partners. As my colleague who was here, Joseph mentioned, we are working with the likes of Africa Guarantee Fund, the European Union, and other development partners. So the financing comes from them.
Okay.
But also we need a
Grants.
bit
So it's
of
a mixture of grants
yes, yeah.
and blending finance.
Yes.
Okay. And I think what it brings to light as well is this idea of a holistic approach that you need slightly different support at different times in the life cycle of a business, but that if you're creating an innovative new business, you need to do some hand-holding, help them to develop the concept, the approach, in order to be able to invest to grow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for us, we look at it as a conveyor belt,
Yeah.
where you join at a particular point, and you see at each point there's an ingredient being added in. So at the end of the conveyor belt, then we have an enterprise that is mature, that is able to stand on its own, and we can now say that we've successfully supported this particular enterprise.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the perfect moment to pivot to a successful ecopreneur in Morocco. I know your business is thriving and growing, and not only promotes sustainability, but also a very inclusive approach. Could you tell us a bit more about the story and the technology that you're using to help artisans in Morocco to really benefit and respond to the climate action, but also see it as an opportunity for business?
Yes, thanks a lot for having me. Thanks, ITC. Thanks to my fellow panelists. I am here today representing one of the probably most successful SMEs in Africa and in Morocco for sure. And I represent youth. I work for rural women that did not go to school. I'm here also with a message because I've heard a lot during this conference about, like one line came back a lot, which is that people have been attending conferences like these and hearing these themes for 30 years, and they don't feel like things are changing. And I'm coming here with my anger and my frustration. I'm not bringing just, it's not a success story. It's a struggle story. It's a precarious story. It's a story of dysfunction on many levels. And my call here today and my role and what I'm representing indigenous communities in Morocco. I'm representing the people that are going to be the most impacted, that are already impacted by the climate crisis. And I am also representing a call really to disinvest from our current systems. We cannot reform capitalism. We cannot reform colonialism, like what we're talking about, because we come here and we talk about SMEs struggling. Why are SMEs struggling? Are we not doing enough work? Are we not out there enough? I've been working for the past 4 years every single day, no weekends, no holidays, going at it, trying to turn the craft market into a powerhouse for revenue led by the artisans themselves, trying to turn it into an action, a climate action powerhouse. And yet, I find myself every day waking up being very frustrated. I'm not hopeful. I represent today this generation, and I represent probably the best of it because I'm out there. I am doing community organizing, and yet I'm not hopeful. I'm very frustrated, I'm very angry, and I want to share with you this anger today and also expand on what Anu is doing. So I just wanted to set this paradigm because we really need to be saying these words. We really need to be having these discussions. If we want something to move, we need to have this discussion and start by what's happening currently, because when we talk about the genocides happening currently, we're talking about a trade issue. When we're talking about what's happening in Palestine, we're talking about the US and other colonial powers and Israel extracting value for trade for these regions. And it's really important that we call it out. If we want to solve these problems, we need to call it out. If we want to solve the problem of trade in Africa, for SMEs like mine, for SMEs like the one led by the artisans that I work for, we need to address the fact that the reason why Africa today only accounts for 1%, 2% of the global GDP is not because we've been sleeping. We've been working, but there was extraction happening, and this extraction is colonial. So we need to address these things, and that's what we're doing currently especially in ANU. And so I'm going to transition to talk basically about the work that ANU is doing. When we talk about craft in Morocco, and when we talk about it in the context of Africa in general, I think my fellow Africans are going to agree, there's a lot of extraction, there's a lot of exploitation happening. And so in the context of Morocco, we have a craft market that will register billions in terms of sales. And meanwhile, we have artisans going out of the market. We have the number of artisans going down. When we talk about the craft market in Morocco, we talk about the second employment opportunities for rural women that did not go to school. We cannot find other job opportunities if the craft market disappears, and the craft market is disappearing. So what are we doing about this? What are the initiatives that are happening? We have fair trade that has existed, once again, for all the 30, 40, 50 years, and that's not working. And we know today we have the numbers that say that it's not working, yet it continues. We still have USAID giving money directly to cooperatives without any, basically, monitoring, etc. And we know from being organizers on the ground that it does not work, it does not lead to the things it should lead to. And so what we're offering here is solution beyond this. It's a model that is owned by the makers themselves, that goes beyond fair trade, that ensures that artisans are not only making 20% or 40% of the price of their products, they're making a full 100%, and they're also leading this revolution around the climate. Because once again, when we're talking about the climate action, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be really, really hard. Like, we're on the ground and we can't even make a solar farm happen. That's how frustrating it is. We go on the news and we find Morocco talking about creating green jobs and having expertise in solar energy, and it's not there. We are on the ground, it's not there. And we need to talk about these things. Why is it not there? And basically what we're building is that through simplified technology, artisans are able to access the market directly. What did we do different? Because there are so many people that have developed technology. We have made it so that it's technology that represents a knowledge system. It's not just technology that's made to look nice. It's technology that's made to be actually practical, and we have 800 artisans selling directly, being able to go against the market that wants them to not make the minimum wage and wants their water sources intoxicated with really harmful chemicals, etc. That you're all familiar, I'm sure, with what's happening with these markets, because it's the same points that come back again. Whenever I discuss with any entrepreneur, whenever an entrepreneur comes on stage, it's always the same stories. And so you can look up these stories, but I think what's really important here is to talk about the model itself, and the model is workers owned and directly to the market, and it's also what we've done to sustain it. What we've done to sustain it is that we've gone into building a full infrastructure that encompasses basically the investments that have to do with retail, with having these artisans be positioned in the best touristic spots of the two main touristic cities, building a supply chain. Because when we talk today, for example, about the craft market in Morocco, 80% of the wool being used to make rugs in Morocco comes from outside, comes from places as far as New Zealand. And so it's not sustainable, of course, and it's also using chemicals for the dyes that are impacting the quality and the health and the environment of artisans. And so we're building Africa's first carbon negative wool mill, and we've done all of these investments. We've done them without the help of the status quo. We did not, like, we have tried, we have worked with the people that give the grants, and they did not listen to us. We have a return on investment. The numbers, we have them. And so the conversation today is, why won't you listen? And it's the same thing, because when we talk about, once again, the genocide's happening, why won't you listen? This is my question to you all today. It's that we have the numbers, we have the proof, we know what the solutions are to combat the climate crisis. If we're here truly honest about combating the climate crisis, then we must listen. Why aren't we listening? When we talk about the craft market, we have white people, white consultants all the time in Morocco telling us what to do. We don't need them. I don't want more French consultants in Morocco telling me what to do. I want people to listen to me. I have the expertise. We're talking about youth. I am young. We're talking about women. I am working for women. So why isn't this happening? And I think, like, this is a really important question, because when we talk about ecosystems, we're literally, like, I hear you guys. I hear all of these panels. I've sat here through all of them. And I'm like, we're doing all of this. We're doing all of this. We're launching a solar farm.
I think we hear you, definitely.
Yeah. So, anyways, I appreciate
and
it.
we can hear your frustration and the challenge. And I think it is, in coming to COP, there is this sort of juxtaposition, isn't there? There is a lot of words, a lot of energy around those words, but actually what we need is really turning it into action. Right. And I think that the narrative at this COP does feel more focused on that. However, you know, the proof is in the pudding, as they say in the UK. You know, we have to like move from talk to delivery, and we need to have local solutions, not more endlessly more analysis, endlessly more kind of procrastination, may I put it that way, and actually like build on those models, those approaches. And thank you for sharing your ideas. I think there is a lot to take away here about how to make technology appropriate, how to be inclusive, and how to really build on what's already there in the local context. And that those are things that at ITC we do try and do a lot of work around that. And I think that approach of building locally, understanding context, working with the right players, finding the solutions that are working locally, that's what the more we have to do. So thank you for that call to action. And I think everybody in this room is clear and probably very in agreement with that. Drive local solutions and build through local systems. But that is a practice that we need to do better, I think, more widely than just in this room. So last but not least, in terms of the run through, I wanted to pass to Rose. Welcome, Rose, from MTN Foundation in Zambia.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very interested to hear more about the foundation. But also one of the things that we are very focused on in ITC is the interface between strategic goals around climate, digital, where we see digital as a way of leapfrogging progress in many areas. So I'm very interested in the experience from the foundation's perspective and your perspective about what tools, what digital approaches can be used to support climate action, and any examples of that would be really helpful.
All right. Thank you so much, Fiona, and thank you to my fellow panelists. Thank you to everyone who has joined us this afternoon. So just a little bit of a background in terms of the MTN Zambia Foundation. MTN is operational in more than 19 countries across Africa, and more than half of those countries have already got established foundations, which are the vehicles through which MTN from the business side implements all its CSR integration in the communities in which they serve. In the Zambian context, MTN has got coverage across the whole country, and right now Zambia is sitting on around about 19 million in terms of the population. And the digital space is growing very, very rapidly, just as passionately as my young friend speaks about it. I mean, we have statistics where we're looking at every year in Zambia, you've got about 500,000 youth that are born every single year. And already you are thinking a few years from now, by the time they hit 15, 16, 17, and 18, an employment rate is going to kick in. How can we find solutions that are going to help them with that kind of rapid growth? So with the youth, the language that they understand is in the digital space. Everybody wants their digital devices. They're using their mobile phones. They're using even little gadgets, even in rural areas. You'd be very surprised that more and more now with MTN operating in those spaces, there's a lot of access to handheld devices. How can we use those handheld devices to bring about awareness and sensitization around issues of climate action? One of the things that we need to focus on from the macro perspective when it comes to where Zambia is positioned. Zambia is one of the most highly deforested countries in the world. And this is because one of the biggest income derivatives that come from the rural areas is charcoal burning. So we're burning down our trees, we're cutting down our trees for livelihood and income. And guess what? The people that are leading in managing these households is the women. These are women-led households or child-headed households. The youth are the ones that go out into the forest and they're cutting down the trees, or they're carrying out farming. Farming, agriculture is one of the second fastest growing areas in Zambia, because obviously we recognize that food security has got a big issue that is coming in, especially with the impact of climate change and also trade, access to trade. How do we take our homegrown food? Zambia being a landlocked country, you find our staple food is maize. Again, it is grown in the rural areas and then amassed, and most of it you'll find is one of those treasured commodities that is distributed in other countries as well, our neighboring countries. Why am I giving this big perspective is that when we look from the foundation side and we have issues where households are not functioning, youth are not able to go to school, youth are not able to get jobs, how can we get them into the job-ready market? So there are two things that we focused on. The foundation itself has got 4 pillars. We've got a focus on education, on health, which harbors on food security. We're looking at climate action, and then we're also looking at women. So under the climate action pillar, we came up with an innovative challenge, as we called it, called Pachipanda, meaning we are together. And we partnered with WWF in Zambia. As you know, WWF has been in existence in Zambia maybe for more than 60 years. They are very widely spread and have got a huge network globally. My colleague on the panel talked about how the approach to any solution that we have if we're going to combat climate action is collaborative action. So the first partnership was with WWF, where we came up with this challenge and we called out onto the youth to give us the answer. We want to hear you. You are the ones who have the solutions for today and tomorrow, because you're the ones that are living in this world. So we called out on a nationwide challenge called Pachipanda, where we said, give us ideas in terms of innovation. How do we combat, how do we deal with conservation? How do we deal with deforestation? How do we deal with the energy crisis? And most importantly, food security. In the first year, we had more than 1,100 entries from across the country, from the youth, and they came up with all sorts of ideas where it came to how to recycle waste and issues like that. So what we are dangling as a carrot from the foundation and WWF side is, how do we reward them? In hearing them, you have to give them something that they can tangibly see. So the Pachipanda Innovative Challenge gives them access to seed capital. It's not a big amount, but it's something to start up. The biggest frustration that you've heard from the panel is access to finance, even when it comes to women-led businesses, small businesses. How do they start up? The idea is there, but it's sitting on paper. How do we move from paper into an idea that is executed? So we start with the seed capital, and then we also look at capacity building. We create a pipeline where we now bring on the private sector. We've partnered recently with one of the larger regional financial institutions, FNB, and they will be providing financial literacy programs that will be supporting our winners through Pachipanda. And we also then looked at one of the big things that we're going to do is, apart from it just existing in Zambia, this problem is global, it's regional. So from the MTN side, how can we leverage on our holding business company to take it out to other regions just apart from Zambia? So I'm quite excited and proud to say we are looking at extending it into other countries as well, because when we have the larger collaborative approach, we will deal with some of the issues that my fellow panelists have talked about. How can we tap into finance and resource mobilization that comes from not just within Zambia, but from outside Zambia, because collectively the pie then gets to be much, much bigger. So I would say from the foundation perspective also is we are well positioned in being able to be supported through partnerships that provide grants. So nothing stops us because we are registered as a non-profit organization, and therefore we're at liberty to get access, to get support in terms of grant, and as well as not limiting ourselves to those that will bring capacity building, financial literacy training from all over the world. And that's how we are approaching it, to see how we can scale up at a quicker rate and involve more youth in the program.
Thanks very much, and also I see a theme coming through here, and this is something that we've also seen within the work that we're doing across my division, which focuses on inclusion, including youth, women, refugees, as well as green, is that the real innovators are also often the young, and that finding ways of supporting that innovation. So we actually have an ecopreneur approach, of including Hamza amongst many, but very much along the same lines of how do you incubate that new ideas. And this is such a fast-moving area of work. I believe it has to be nimble. We can't do it. There's no traditional way of supporting ecopreneurship and climate action. No. So we have a couple of minutes if there are any questions from the floor to the panel. I don't know if I have a roving mic anywhere, if in case anyone wants to ask anything. We haven't got the. I don't see any hands raised. Anyone? It's a shame we can't ask people online if anyone's live streaming, but never mind. Okay, but that's fine. So I think before I kind of draw together a few remarks and then invite Dorothy to join us, I think it would be really good just to think about what in the space of around ecosystem building, new innovations to support climate action for small business that are very locally driven, locally owned. What would be your kind of key takeaways from the conversation, but your own experience as well? And then we'll try and work through. So let me start.
Yeah, it's very clear to me, and we've been pushing this point for the last couple of years, and I'll reiterate it here, although I think everybody will agree with me. We've talked this issue to death. We've spoken about it for over and over and over, and we're here, we're speaking about it again. Time for talk is over. It's been over for a long time. It's time for action. It's time to do something. It's time to make the changes that we want to see. And to me, everybody says it's difficult. It's not. It's easy. Just do it. Let's just do it. Let's get it done. Let's be bold. That's what we say. We want to build, that's sort of our tagline at Caribbean Export. We want to have a bold new Caribbean. Let's have a bold new world. Let's go out and let's do what needs to be done and laugh in the face of the nonsense that's holding us back. And I think if we do that, we'll be fine. And that's what I want to leave the room with, and that's my essential takeaway from all of the discussion that I've heard over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I kind of think I'm with you. Yeah, just do it. Sounds a good takeaway. Hamza.
Thanks a lot. I think my main takeaway would be to really bring us into these rooms. Like I'm not here like radical. I am radical. And radical means that it's coming from the root. It's coming from the source. If we want to fix these problems, we need to go to the source of them, or else we're not doing anything. Especially when we talk about the climate crisis, especially when we talk about the most marginalized in our communities. I work with more than 800 artisans. I know what that life is like. This anger that you feel, that you see here, it's not because I am like radicalized or like terrorists or anything like that. Like what's happening, I've gone to your top business schools in the world. I have gone to the MEPI the State Department program. I'm like, we're real people. We're human beings going at a problem, trying to fix it. And the feedback that I'm giving you right now might not seem like professional, but it is. This is what's happening on the ground. When I go and I try and fix one of the problems that is one of the most complex problems out there, which is fair trade. The problem of like, how do we get job opportunities for rural women today in Africa? How do we, like when we talk about building skills, etc., like this is what we're talking about. Like there are issues that are systemic. We have gone at them, created systemic solutions, and yet we can't break through. Why is it? We have raised millions of dollars and we still can't break through. Why is it? The last like call to action is really listen to us. And so bring us into the rooms where the grants are designed. You have people right now that like, here I am, I speak your language, I speak it perfectly, I have a lot of experience on the ground, why am I not being listened to? And that's really what we're saying. Bring us into these rooms, not in a way of like just like, don't send us coaches, don't like just like listen to us and go do something else. Actually listen to and challenge what you know, challenge your institutions. And I know this is challenging. I know you all feel uncomfortable because we're having this conversation. If we're not uncomfortable, we can't move forward, we can't fix the climate, we can't fix these big issues.
No, that's fine. I think it's okay to feel uncomfortable, and we hear listen. And interestingly, a panel I was in earlier today, that was also a really big takeaway, was listen. Don't tell, stop telling, stop, telling people what they need, and listen and build those connections locally. So we will try and listen better. Let me move to Ernest. Your thoughts?
Yeah, so I think for him, what I can tell him, there's always hope. And if I'm just using the example of Kenya Climate Innovation Center, like when we take in entrepreneurs, first of all, we ask you a number of fundamental questions. One, how is your solution solving local problems? Number two, how is it going to help you make money? Number three, how is it going to create employment? So once we're able to ask you, and then how will it scale? So if we ask you those questions and then you're able to answer to us, then we can start having a discussion. Because there's no point of you bringing an idea for incubation while you're not passionate about it. Because also what we've realized, there are a number of many entrepreneurs out there who are just grant entrepreneurs. So they jump from one grant to another, and you'll never see that idea going to light. So for any entrepreneur that needs to be supported, I think you need to answer those questions. How is your solution solving local problems? How is it going to make money for you? Is it going to generate some level of employment? And then how will it scale? So if we are able to look at those, and maybe for the entire ecosystem, if we start encouraging that, then we'll start seeing entrepreneurs that then are solving those problems, increasing livelihoods, income for the communities, and solving our problems. Yeah.
No, thank you so much. Yeah, definitely asking the right questions and listening to the responses, I imagine, as well, and supporting and growing. So, Rose, your final thoughts?
So the final thoughts are pretty much the answers that we give. I hear you, we are listening. I like it. From the foundation perspective, we are doing it. I think what I can say and move away from is the presence of MTN in the different African markets is the fact that more and more private sectors, MTN has moved away as a business to just being able to have CSR as an internal department. The fact that they've created foundations as separate entities that are accountable to all the work and sustainable work. It's no longer about having once-off events. It's no longer about having a PR exercise. So we are on the ground. When we talk about understanding the problems that are there with the youth, it's not a tick in the box. It's not an event. That's why we are carrying it year on year, sustainable, and carrying it and seeing how we can scale up and how many is it actually impacting. Even if it's 100 youth's life that you can change, that one youth is going to employ maybe 100 more. And that's what we're looking for. So we're out there, even with the activities, the awareness that we carry every month, every last Saturday of every month. One of the bigger problems as well is how to dispose of waste. It's a big problem in Zambia. It's a big problem in Africa. So we go out into the communities. Every Saturday, we're out in the streets. We are actually doing it. We're getting dirty. We're getting our hands dirty. We're not speaking in rooms. We're not speaking in meetings endlessly. That was finished a long time ago. So the fact that the MTN foundations are out in the streets in South Africa is a beautiful success story. In partnership with government, and in Zambia, we're doing the same as well. In partnership with government, there is revenue that is generated and given back into the economy. South Africa is talking about 380 million rand. So that's what we're looking at as well. How are we using that 1% profit after tax that the business is making, filtering it through the foundation and directly letting the beneficiaries feel the end of it? So we are there with the women, we are there with the youth, we are there with the communities, we are doing it. So this is the track that we want to keep going on.
So more, just do it.
Yes.
Work locally.
Do it and show that your hands are dirty too.
Okay, all right. And okay, well, thank you, everybody. We're going to have a few final remarks from Dorothy, who's the special representative, who her department leads global partnerships. We've done very interesting work with you as well on the Climate Smart Network. I will try and wrap up this conversation before we pass to Dorothy in a few words. I'm going to take from what people have said, just do it. We really do need to move from talking. And I think, and I said this again earlier today, that one of the ways we need to just do it as well is in the just transition. We need to think of ways of getting the finance right down there where it's needed at the grassroots level. And there is, in my view, a real gap here around getting just financing for climate adaptation, mitigation, innovation to the small businesses, to the entrepreneurs, and making it easy and appropriate, rather than having very complicated mechanisms that take many years to establish and to move. So we need to do it, and we need to do it faster, I would say. And we need to be bold, and we need to build. So we need to build on what's there. We need to build the local partnerships, the local institutions, ask the right questions, but have this change driven locally, because every economy is different, every region is different, the needs are different, and we need to be flexible and adaptive. And I think that's come very clearly through, that whilst there are common threads around lack of capacity, finance, the solutions are there. You know, we've been talking about the climate challenge and what it means for many years. What we haven't been talking about enough is the climate challenge and small business, and how do we serve small business. So that, for me, is the big takeaway. We have the building blocks. We have the organizations in Kenya, in the Caribbean. We have the innovators. So let's help make it happen. Less talk and more support. Okay, so Dorothy, over to you if you're able to give us a few closing remarks from the perspective of the US. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Fiona, and thank you to these panelists. It was wonderful to listen and to learn from you and to hear you. I think that's really an important point. It's wonderful to thank you all for being here this afternoon. Really appreciate the opportunity to say a few words about my office at the U.S. State Department and why I'm here. And I represent the Office of Global Partnerships, which is the office that engages with the private sector. And one of the large themes around this COP is governments needing to listen and to work with the private sector if we are ever going to really get anything done. As has been underscored as the important mandate that we have. And so listening to you all talking about how do we work with small business to help build their capacity to both do business, employ people and grow, but also to adapt and to find solutions in this to the climate challenge. So my office and the U.S. government as a whole, I would have to say this administration is humble in understanding and knowing that the public sector cannot solve all the problems we face alone. And so it's imperative that we utilize the ingenuity and the resources of our private sector partners to help us achieve our shared goals. And I am very proud of the partnership that we have with the ITC and our Climate Smart Network. And that's just one example, and it's an inspiring example of how government can come together to help facilitate an enabling environment for small business and small enterprise. It's the imperative that we use the ingenuity and the resources of the private sector to help us achieve our shared priorities and our goals. And of course, for the Biden administration, climate solutions, climate resilience and adaptation is a huge and existential priority for our administration. We share the belief that scaling small business and climate action and enabling youth entrepreneurship, much of it youth entrepreneurship, is a very important priority. And so we launched at COP26 the Coalition for Climate Entrepreneurship, and I just want to highlight a few points about that program. Since its launch, the CCE, as we call it, a Coalition for Climate Entrepreneurship, has leveraged millions in public and private funding around the world to address the climate crisis and contribute to economic empowerment by nurturing entrepreneurship focused on climate solutions. And I want to highlight that on December 8th at the U.S. Center, we're very proud to be offering a pitch competition amongst women entrepreneurs with some great judges from large multinationals, Google, GE, Amazon, and LinkedIn, who will be providing resources for the winners, as well as mentorship going forward for all of the entrepreneurs. And I welcome you all to please come and be a part of that, to come and see these young, innovative minds who are pioneering tomorrow's climate solutions. Our shared belief in the power of entrepreneurship is also why I'm so pleased to announce the launch of 3 new Coalition for Climate Entrepreneurship hubs in Latin America going forward in the next year in Guatemala, Costa Rica, and Colombia. And we just recently launched in Nairobi, and I would like to invite you to, Ernest, to, I think if you're not already a part of that, to be engaged with us there in Ghana, Accra, Ghana as well last year, as well as Vietnam. We have also opened up these climate innovation hubs. But in Latin America, turning back, I want to recognize we have our partner, Public Foundation, who is also a part of that launch in Latin America and South America, and the Clean Tech Hub. And I don't know if Clean Tech is here as well, but in these hubs, we will convene up to 100 entrepreneurs, Latin American ventures to provide our climate-focused founders access to the hardware, software, community, and resources they need to scale their ventures. And we're building out these partnerships with local partners as we do this work. So thank you for being here, Matt. I appreciate that. And while the State Department, Public Foundation, and Clean Tech Hub are initially focusing on these 3 countries, we hope to eventually grow and scale and extend our reach across South America and the Caribbean. And we spoke about the Caribbean with your leadership team yesterday. So all in all, a lot of work happening. We believe that we are taking action and moving forward to help the locally empower these locally focused entrepreneurs and to grow their businesses. And so after listening to you all today, I just want to say thank you for the work you're doing in your communities. And we look forward to trying to engage and continue to partner and work together towards results and growth and economic growth and jobs and prosperity, which is really the goal in terms of growing lives and livelihoods at the end of the day. We cannot forget this is about, it's a lot of big words, but it's really about individuals and changing lives. So I just want to leave on that thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dorothy. And very much when we think about the work we do, we think it's about people and about planets, and that really is at the heart of what's driving. But we should always be open to doing things differently, listening, learning and adapting. So I want to thank everyone for being with us this afternoon, and I would really be grateful if you could put your hands together for Dorothy and also for our amazing panel and their interesting ideas. And thank you so much. And do keep talking and do keep listening. Thank you. Goodbye.
Buddy? Look, it's on the other side, so we have to. There are some places available, so don't hesitate to come closer if you wish. So, I'm very happy to welcome you. I'm Philippe Varin. I'm the first vice chair of ICC. I spent 25 years in industry, aluminum, steel, car, nuclear, waste and water. And I'm really pleased to, with the distinguished members of the panel, to tell you a bit more about COP28 and circular economy. So, as you know all, it's a critical time for our planet, with boundaries now being overshot, as we say, and the effects of climate change being more and more disastrous. So this COP has to deliver to ensure that we keep the Paris Agreement alive, and the fact that we have here a trade house at COP as ICC is a proof of the importance that the business has for achieving the climate goals. So today's session is focusing on circular economy and its role of circular economy that I will define a bit later to achieve a net zero world. So just some inconvenient truths to start. Have you a view on how much extraction and transformation of goods and materials account for greenhouse gases emissions? 50%. Have you the knowledge that we will extract from the planet in the next 30 years as much as since the beginning of humanity? And do you know how you personally, you extract from the planet every year? Just to give you a view, the planet extracts, we extract from the planet 100 billion tons, and we are 8 billion. So it's about 12 or 13 tons per year. And it doesn't tell you a lot, but it's a worrying situation because at the same time, our global economy is only 7.2% circular. What it means is that for more than 90% of the materials, they are wasted, they end up in landfills when they could be reused, recovered, repaired, repurposed, and so on, or refurbished. So if you look at the glass half empty, which I always do when I analyze the situation, especially this one, it looks a little bit like we are arranging chairs on the Titanic. So it's not on my speaker notes, right? But if we look at the glass half full, that we have to look when we look at the future and operation execution, which I do, yes, we have a massive gap, but it is also a tremendous opportunity to tap the potential of material savings, which is here for climate change. Also, it means tapping into the potential of the circular economy to create millions of jobs and spur sustainable growth in a number of countries. Just a side issue between us to be clear. Strictly, the circular economy is only one pillar of materials and resources efficiency, because another one is about making the best use of our equipment. If you use a car 5% of the time, which is the average time that we use our cars usually, and you compare to what is the rate of utilization of a fleet, for instance, in a big city, which more, when it will be robo-taxi, it will be 40%. Uber is probably close to 40%. We have a potential of doing 8 times better compared to 5%. It's not circular. It's just that we use better the equipment. So also, when we speak of circular economy, we should be clear that we don't want to do downcycling. We want to remain at the same quality of the materials and even do upcycling if possible. So to be simple, I call, and you will excuse me, all this circular economy, but it's bigger than circular. And so in the last couple of years, we have seen businesses investing heavily in so-called circular economy approaches for their business models, because they've realized that it doesn't only helps with their commitments to climate goals and sustainability, but also it makes good sense and good business sense. The problem is that we have many hurdles in place, especially from existing norms and regulations, which prevent the adoption, the massive adoption of circular economy. And to address this issue, ICC has brought together a number of industry experts from all sectors and regions, and they shared one objective, is becoming more circular and what to do. So they have identified 5 key actions. It's not total, but it's more important ones. And the key action that governments can take, not only industry, governments about norms, regulations, and so on, to unleash the circular economy. And here I'm delighted to launch this, what we call these key enablers for a circular economy, to be discussed in the panel. It's a call from the global business community to the members of the political bodies and negotiators here in Dubai to keep circular economy on the table and take action to create an enabling environment so that it can develop and thrive. And for that, what we need to do is, 1, change the way we view the waste and enable the free trade of resources. Waste is not always dangerous, by the way. Beverage cans waste can become recycling car bodies. So waste is not, don't be confused to potential secondary materials. The second one is prioritize the quality of products over the nature of the original production. And my friend here will probably tell you that phosphorus or magnesium, well, it can come from recycling in metallurgy, but it can be used in the fertilizers and so on. The third thing is enable the use of strategic material banks and cross-border reverse logistics. Just to be clear, an example, we should not dump EE waste, electronic and electric waste, like the smartphone, for instance, for the smartphone cards. And that's what we do today, to tell you the truth. The card or smartphone are recycled at 1%, so it's nothing, right? We should not dump them everywhere on the planet because we don't know how to recycle today multi-layer semiconductor cards. I can tell you, we will be able to do this tomorrow. So we have potential mines of urban resources if we do things well. The fourth thing is we have to adopt globally harmonized standards and definitions to achieve circularity at scale. Because some waste under the custom registers, they can be secondary materials, and this can save primary metals extraction, and we have a good example. If you take today the batteries for the EVs, we need primary materials a lot for the next 15 years probably. But after, with the recycling regulations, the black mass of the recycling of the batteries will be used to make new batteries. So this is four things. The fifth one is that we have to recover raw materials for urban flows, because in the cities we now have 56% of the planet population. And this to boost food supply, prevent water scarcity, and reduce the risk of eutrophication of estuaries, for instance. So these are 5 areas which are 5 enablers. It's not 100% of the matter, but at least it focuses the actions. They will move us closer to a more circular economy, and that in turn will help to achieve the climate and sustainable development goals. So I'm looking forward to all the conclusions. I could not stay during all the session, but I will have a very detailed report on what is said. Thank you very much, and thank you for the panelists.
Thank you.
So I give you the floor. Andrew is the head of the Global Policy Department of ICC. Up to you.
Thank you very much, Philippe, for that tremendous framing of today's session. We have a remarkable panel with us today with incredible expertise in the field of developing and deploying circular solutions. But before we get to them, we are very, very honored indeed to be joined by the Honorable Kavidas Romano, the Minister of Environment from Mauritius. Kavidas, the floor is yours to deliver a keynote speech. Thank you, Minister.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at the very outset to thank the International Chamber of Commerce for organizing this very opportune side event on circular economy, the key to a net zero world. As we are facing and living the stark reality of a climate crisis, embracing a circular economy culture is one of the most sustainable solutions that we can provide for a net zero world. The transition to a circular economy, no doubt, holds the key to a sustainable and net zero future. It is a present viable and sustainable model for decoupling economic growth from resource constraints, and it offers potential opportunities and solutions to the current systemic crisis, including the triple planetary crisis. As we strive to mitigate the impacts of climate change, it is essential to recognize that circular economy aligns seamlessly with our global commitment to achieving net zero emissions. In fact, the entire life cycle of products from extraction to manufacturing, transportation and disposal contributes to carbon footprint. A circular economy model therefore aims at closing the loop of resources and reducing the environmental impact of the product life cycle at all stages of the process. It requires a complete rethinking of the economy with the goal of retaining the value of products and materials as long as possible. Allow me to share with you our case from the Republic of Mauritius, a small island developing state. Historically, our economy was circular and highly dependent on agricultural activities. However, over the last 50 years, we significantly diversified our economy and moved towards a linear model that mostly imports the bulk of our materials and goods. While this has led to remarkable economic and social progress, the flip side of this development model has resulted in deepening our dependencies and vulnerabilities, both economically and ecologically. The status quo was thus not an option, and my ministry organized in May 2022 a 3-day national conference on circular economy in May 2022 with all the main stakeholders of the country. And for this conference, and conscious of the fact that circular economy initiatives are taking place in isolation, Mauritius, with the support of the United Nations Environment Programme through EU, Switch Africa Green Project, embarked on the development of a roadmap and action plan for a circular economy in the Republic of Mauritius for the period 2023 to 2033. We now have a roadmap and action plan on circular economy, and this has been approved by government on the 11th of August 2023. The roadmap focuses on 6 priority areas, namely agri-food sector, construction and real estate, consumer goods, mobility and logistics, and solid waste management. As cross-cutting themes, governance, education and awareness raising, research and development, business support, public procurement, and greening of fiscal policies and financing have been identified to support the transition to circular economy. 80 actions comprising policies, strategies, and key projects in the priority focus have been formulated in the roadmap for Mauritius to the tune of 26 million USD and 30 actions to the tune of 3.5 million USD for Rodrigues, which is one of the islands of our republic. During the road mapping exercise, 4 categories of barriers were identified. Cultural one, first one, habits and established beliefs, resistance to change. Second, technological, lacking technologies, infrastructure, and technical capacity. Third, market. Limited demand for circular products, lack of consideration negative externalities, the real cost of pollution in purchase and sale prices. And fourth barrier, regulatory and institutional and regulatory barrier. More policies and an institutional framework that support this transition. Allow me now to focus on a priority area which has been identified in the roadmap, which is consumer goods trade, which is of particular relevance to today's event. For this area, the main actors in our market are importers, retailers, and service providers. And as such, we have no much direct control on designers and producers, as most of our products are imported. The market is, however, also influenced by the activities of additional stakeholders, such as advocacy groups and policies in place. The traditional approach of the local market has been that of maximizing profit, but maximizing number of products sold. Shifting it to a model centered around selling less but long-lasting physical items requires that all actors in the value chain work together, instead of a silo approach. This requires sharing of data amongst others competing in the markets, and this is not an easy task. Very often, importers also complain that they cannot import goods that are long-lasting at affordable price because there is not enough consumer demand, and consumers complain that they can't buy products built to last because there is not enough affordable supply and that they are too expensive. This is an area where government intervention is required. Allow me now to enumerate some actions identified in the roadmap for consumer goods to ensure that products last longer. First, revision of the consumer law to ensure consumers receive trustworthy and relevant information on repairability of products as a point of sale, and to set minimum warranty periods for household electrical and electronic appliances. Second, aiming at providing a repair bonus. For example, bonus funds up to 50% of the total cost of a repair for electrical appliances. Consumers can be encouraged to repair specific household appliances by allowing them to deduct 50% of labor costs of their income taxes. Also, reducing VAT on repair services for specific items, establishing or supporting repair events in the community, introducing deposit return systems and extended producer responsibility schemes. It is expected that these actions will positively influence the behaviors of those putting the products on the market and the consumers. Recognizing the need for the appropriate legal framework for transformative change, my ministry has also enacted the Waste Management and Resource Recovery Act in April 2023 to provide strategic direction and guidance towards sustainable, solid, and hazardous waste management. As also recommended in the roadmap, we are also going to support the development of markets for secondary materials through circular public procurement, mandatory cycle content, and conduct market development workshops. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to highlight that trade of goods and services across the value chain should be effected in a sustainable manner in order not to jeopardize the existence of our planet and our people. I am pleased to note that the International Chamber of Commerce has initiated work on the standards for sustainable trade and trade finance, which is going to accelerate the shift to a more sustainable business world. For seeds like ours, who are mostly importers of goods that are put on our market, I am convinced that the early adoption of these standards by businesses will have positive impacts and also support policies of our national governments in moving their circular economy agenda towards net zero. I believe that businesses can make a huge difference in the lifetime value of products by improving sustainability of their value chain and operations. With this, I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Minister Romano, thank you so much for joining us. We are truly grateful to you for making the time. In the interest of time, I'm going to move on very, very quickly because I think we're running up against the schedule now. So we'll turn to our expert panel. And what we really wanted to do with today's session, I'm sure all of you have attended sessions where people have talked about circular economy as a key contributor to a net zero future. We really wanted to look at what is the reality today in terms of the level of circularity, difficulties companies face deploying cross-border solutions, and also where some of the enablers may come from going forward. So with three tremendous speakers to guide us on that journey, each are going to start with some short presentations just to frame out the discussion, and then we'll move to what we hope will be an interactive discussion. Get your questions ready, otherwise I will post some very boring ones. And we'll start, first of all, with Per Larshans, the Director of Sustainability at Ragn-Sells and the co-chair of the ICC Working Group on the Circular Economy. Per, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Andy, Your Excellence, Vice President, distinguished friends of free trade. We heard from the Vice President about the launch of the 5 key enablers. So I will now go through them, but I will start with addressing what we have done at the Circular Economy Working Group and how it started. So we can have the slides if they are. Oh, perfect. So the beginning was in 2021 when we launched the first global report and that addressed the WTO challenges when it comes to trade barriers. And it was presented in Geneva, both in 2021 and 2022, due to the Corona crisis. In June this year, we launched our second report, and that addressed the challenge that even research are hindered when it comes to developing circular solutions as soon as you cross the border. So, and now we are here launching 5 key enablers to make sure that we can create a circular economy. And this has already been said, but we know, and I repeat it again, 50% of the resources that we are extracting from the crust, meaning our linear economy, is also the affecting the climate. The negotiations today at COP focusing on the other 50%, the fossil fuels. So we need to understand that the materials that we use has a huge impact, and has a huge impact on both the biodiversity loss as well as the water stress. And as Antonio Guterres, the United States Secretary General, says that humanity is waging war on nature. This is senseless and suicidal. The consequences of our recklessness are already apparent in human suffering, soaring economic losses, and the acceleration of erosion of Earth of life. Well, we have said that we need to make sure that we focus on these 3 principles. We need to eliminate waste and pollution. It means that we should make sure that we need to decontaminate our urban flows. Secondly, we need to make sure that we create those circular products, the circular material flows, that we can reduce the need of material extraction from the crust. And secondly, that we should not push hindrances to future generations. We need to make sure that the nature can regenerate, because that is extremely needed. The 5 key enablers has the origin, to be honest, in IPCC's 6th assessment report. For the first time, IPCC has also said that, well, if industry should be able to also deliver on the Paris Agreement, we need to make sure that we create circular material flows. So the first time, in page 71 in this assessment report, 3 times circularity is mentioned. But also water, and make sure that we can reuse water, are addressed in the same paragraph.
So our 5 key enablers has already been mentioned by the Vice President, but I will repeat them again. Make sure that we change the way we view waste and enable the free trade of resources. And this is extremely important that we understand we should not create new problems. We need to make sure that we go from a waste thinking to a resource thinking. Secondly, make sure that we prioritize product based on quality and not origin. Today, if something has been called waste, it's almost impossible to reuse. So that is the key in this one. Thirdly, make sure that we can also address strategic material banks. We know that we will have resources that we know need in the future. Don't disperse them. Of course, we should not create and repeat today's disposal. It's about creating resources that we don't throw away for the future. Standards are critical. Today's, again, it's almost impossible to reuse building materials because the standards are not allowing it to be reused. And the fifth one, make sure that we can recover materials from our urban flows. And then especially address, of course, the potential of converting today's wastewater treatment plant into tomorrow's resource plants, meaning that we can have water for industry. Because when we're setting up industrial processes that can recirculate elements from the urban flows, we need a lot of water. And if I'm going to end with something here, just to repeat, this change will address the 6th assessment report. It will definitely create the possibility for sustainable economical development. It will definitely have a positive effect on job creation all over the planet. It will support our possibility to make sure that the world are getting more resilient again. And of course, make sure that we save the planet or save the people on the planet, because that is what will happen. In 1919, ICC was founded based on that we should have free trade of goods to avoid war. Now in 2023, we need to make sure that we enable free trade of resources, independent of origin, to avoid future wars. Thank you so much.
Per, thank you very much, and particularly for the very powerful message at the end. We'll turn now to Rob Bradley, who's the Managing Director, Climate Change and Sustainability Services at Ernst & Young. Rob, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to join you today. Let me start by apologizing for my voice. It's been a little overused during this COP. You would think there would be a lesson to learn from that, but I'm resisting it. My name is Rob Bradley. I'm with EY's Climate and Sustainability team. It's a real pleasure to join this panel today, but also we have the real honor of working with the ICC team on this vitally important issue. And we're working on a report that will be coming out over the next several weeks, addressing some of the key questions. One of the advantages of that is you're going to hear a lot of coherence across this panel. The disadvantage is there's not going to be a lot of drama. I don't think we're going to be disagreeing on any important points here. I want to reflect on a couple of pieces, and I'm not going to walk through all of the issues that Per covered because it's a lot there. But first of all, just on the importance of the circular economy, specifically in the context of climate change. Obtaining materials from recycling is typically far less emissions intensive than primary production. So there's a really great near-term win for emission reductions. Extractive industries, and we hear plenty about this in the COP as a whole, are obviously highly emitting in themselves, and so reducing the pressure on extractive industries for expansion is enormously important in reducing our overall environmental footprint. But one of the topics we don't often cover is that many of the technologies that we're looking to help us make the transition towards a low carbon future, renewable energy technologies, energy storage, a lot of the high-tech solutions themselves depend on materials that are highly constrained in supply. And so In fact, it's not just a question of trying to reduce the impact that we've traditionally had, but also if we want to be effective in deploying these new technologies, we need to be able to do so in a way that is as resource efficient as possible so that we don't run into bottlenecks that prevent us from deploying the solutions that you'll be hearing about right across the rest of COP. So there's a lot relying on this. A lot of the solutions come down to what we very loosely and unhelpfully in a way call mindset. And mindset sounds like a fairly kind of wishy-washy thing, but in fact we have decades and decades of practice built up around the idea that waste is something to be managed and disposed of, and that ideally you really don't want to be handling for any longer than needed. And this plays out in many different fora. So if we look at the way that waste is treated in international treaties, under the Basel Convention, for instance, there's been a lot of pressure and a lot of emphasis, for good reasons, over recent decades, to manage international flows of waste. In many cases, countries, poorer countries in particular, were finding themselves the recipients of flows of waste from the richer world that they didn't want to be handling. And so there are constraints around that. It's reflected as well in the way that domestic waste legislation often handles it, so that once something is designated waste, it's being taken out of the general circulation in the economy. It's reflected in accounting standards and the way that valuation of companies and their assets happen. So if you're trying to look at a material that we would argue here is highly valuable, that has great potential to be reintroduced into the supply chain in a way that adds a lot of value, today putting a fair value on that in your accounts in a defensible way is extremely difficult. And that impacts directly the way that businesses take decisions about whether to retain a material or to hand it on. And then, of course, mindset in the way that we might most instinctively think about it, the way that consumers treat a particular product. We are, and it's very deep in our psyche, it's ingrained into us not to want to be handling waste. This is something that we don't typically see as highly desirable. And so for us as individual consumers, but also this human psychology plays out within organizational hierarchies, getting company leadership to pay attention to a particular issue, getting resources and staffing around the handling of waste and the rethinking of waste so that it is reabsorbed in the way that we're adding value to things. All of these are fundamental challenges, and these are challenges that we, together with the ICC team, have been looking at closely. Lots of challenges is great news, because those are each one of those is something that we can now find ways of addressing directly. At its heart, and Per has already referred to this, as have our other excellent speakers, is going to be policy and regulation. Many of the international treaty drivers, the accounting rules drivers and so on that I mentioned can only be addressed by directly working through legislators and through regulators. But there is also an awful lot that we can take on in the private sector as we start thinking more about this. And it is also, and this is a perennial topic of course in the COP, about resource allocation. Are we putting R&D money into ways of handling our waste and reintroducing our waste into supply chains more effectively? Are we figuring out how the public and private sectors can share the often high capital cost of taking on recycling and other forms of circular economy? So there's a long to-do list for us here. As I say, I think it's been enormously productive and instructive for us to be working together with our friends at the ICC to uncover some of these. But I hope that this conversation here today will be just the beginning of a long work plan for us all, now that we have concrete ways of addressing some of the challenges.
Rob, thank you very much, and thank you for battling through the famous COP28 lost voice. You will not believe how many people we've met this week having a similar problem. You deserve a medal for being so brave and persevering. we'll go without further ado to our third and final panelist, Marcela Chacon, who's the Director of UN Relations at Bayer, and also, I was pleased to learn today, a Vice Chair, newly minted Vice Chair of ICC in Costa Rica. Marcela, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to ICC for organizing this. My predecessors already gave the framework of what I'm going to talk about, but I don't want to start before saying something that this is what I want you to bring with you of what I'm going to say. When it comes to climate change, nobody from the public sector, the private sector, the academia, or NGOs, nobody should be considered an observer. We'll have to work on that. So that's some suggestion to change the name of how we're called, because we cannot be observers. Having said that, and coming into the big 4 Rs, and having said that the framework has been set as well, I would like to share with you some of the actions that Bayer is taking in reducing, recycling, recharging, and all the 4 Rs. With our 3 different businesses, Bayer is composed of 3 main businesses and has the unique particularity that it covers health and agriculture, 2 elements that are fundamental for human life. In health, we have 2 main businesses: pharma, which are the medications that you need to buy with a medical prescription or those that are used in hospitals, and consumer health, which are those that you can buy over the counter, like an Alka-Seltzer or aspirin. In agriculture, we have the whole spectrum, from seeds to products, chemical products for the crops. Over 33% of the GHG emissions are produced by agriculture at some point, from the moment the seed is planted to the moment that you decide you don't want your leftovers and you throw them away. So we have to work on that very deeply. And we are working in new crops that require less water, like, for instance, dry-seeded rice that is now being used in India and in China, that require 30% less of water. We are in the area of health, for instance, building a new facility for manufacturing of family planning devices in Costa Rica, which uses 100% renewable energy, where all of the rainfall is reused for the toilets, where we use the light, natural light, for everything that we do, plus it is 100% digital in what we do in that new manufacturing site. In consumer health, by 2050, we're going to be 100% using either reusable or biodegradable materials for the packaging that we're going to be having. 50% of the materials that we're going to be using in our packaging are going to be recycled materials, and 100% of the paper that we're going to be using will come from sustainable sources. So those are ways in which we can contribute in a very efficient way, and in a way that we are going to reduce the footprint of what we do in the environment. We're very proud of what we're doing. We're very proud to be part of a conglomerate of different organizations that are walking towards having an efficient reduction of climate increase. And we hope that we're going to be able, through this circularity, not alone, but working with the governments, like the minister said, with the governments, with the academia and the NGOs, to be able to reach the SDGs that the United Nations has mandated us to do so. I forgot to mention as well regarding water and the waste of water. We signed our commitments on our water strategy back in March during the UN Water Conference, and we participate actively in different organizations that deal with the reduction of water or the efficient use of water. For instance, the UNCTAD and the International Drought Resilience Alliance, where we are part of the steering committee. So we're trying to cover the whole spectrum with what we do, and we hope we're going to be successful at the end. But keep in mind, no one can be an observer.
Very well said. So let's move to and more interactive discussion. Get your questions ready. I just want to start with one question, picking up on what we've heard so far. So we've heard from the Minister about the challenges Mauritius is facing, but also the tremendous leadership you are showing. But more broadly, the way I see the new ICC principles or the new ICC paper is essentially a mindset shift is needed from governments in terms of how they approach circularity. Rob, the work we've been doing with you guys over the past 6-7 months, I think has shown, as you very rightly said, the need for really significant policy changes if we're able to enable cross-border circularity at scale. Marcelo, you guys are doing great work, but I'm sure policy changes could help you go further and faster. So my question is, and I'll try and make this a little bit provocative, just to respond to your challenge, Rob, is do governments really get this? How far do we need to go? And if I can add a third question into the mix, if there's one thing governments could do, or international organizations could do, what would you aim for? Per, maybe we could start with you.
The quick answer is no. Why? Because governments has different kind of ministerials or departments, and each of them are a silo. When it comes to circular economy, we talk about that we need to work together, and it's very hard for different ministries to work together. So that's one of the challenges. And I can give a very concrete example about the challenge that we face in our company. We have a solution where we can extract phosphorus from sewage sludge. We can make that phosphorus to better quality than anything else is today served on the market. We're not allowed to use it in Europe. But luckily, we've been able then also to find a country, in this case Canada, that has not the legislation of forbidding. So we are now signed the first contract, so the phosphorus, hopefully, will be exported to Canada within 3 years. So there are availabilities, but that will be a huge cost if we can't make it to be used anywhere. So that's the reason why I'm really for to make sure that the origin should not be the determining factor, it should be the quality of what we produce. And then we will really see large-scale circular solutions being in place.
Well, as we've just heard from His Excellency Minister Romano, some governments get it. So I don't think we should be too pessimistic on that front. Governments, like companies, are big, complex institutions that contain many different people trying to do many different things. And I think it's probably fair to say that within most governments, there are some people who are trying to get circular economy ideas moving. The challenges are usually twofold. One is, do they have discrete, describable, understandable solutions to offer? So simple that they can be communicated up to heads of state. And is there any way of generating the high-level attention that would mean that head of government type leadership can be made aware of the importance of the issues? I think for the type of work that we're talking about here generates the first concrete possible solutions that can be taken up. And the type of gathering we have here at COP offers the opportunity of the second. So I think we have a scope here to raise the importance of the issue up to a level where leadership begins to understand its central importance, and we have the scope for the types of people who are in this room to come up with the solutions. That's a very long way from enough, but I think these are the two key building blocks of what would eventually be success.
Governments understand what this is about. However, sometimes they lack the resources to make it reality. I come from a country in the global south, so I know what I'm speaking about. I was a member of government for 2 terms, so I know what I'm talking about. There's goodwill for doing things. However, sometimes there's no access to funding to be able to make them. This is the reason that the PPPs are so important. This is the reason that it's magnificent that we are seated here discussing it, and to see how COP has been moving forward and including different topics in the right direction, like bringing agriculture over last COP, as well as water, like bringing health now. We were discussing yesterday in a panel about, and you might say this is something completely unrelated, but it is, dengue, Chagas, chikungunya, Zika. These were illnesses that we used to have in the tropics only. But climate change has made them spread into different regions now where they're killing people. And here's where we have to work all together again. That's the reason we cannot leave it all to the governments. And I think there's a goodwill. They just need sometimes the appropriate training, the appropriate access to funding, the appropriate resources to make it a reality in the different countries and societies. And we have to come down not only at the level of the governments, of the country governments, but go into the municipalities or the districts or the states that know better how this circularity can be applied at the different communities.
Very well said, Marcela. And I know my question was a little bit provocative, but just to be clear, I was by no means wishing to understate the scale of the problem. I think through the journey we've been on, through the work you lead, Per, in our Circular Economy Working Group, through the work we've been doing with EY, I think the one thing that not shocked us, but maybe surprised us to an extent, is the complexity of some of the challenges. I'd understood the challenge to cross-border circular solutions as a trade issue, but then when you start to dig into the problems, it can be about consumer regulation, environmental regulation, national standards, international standards, approaches of customs authorities. So this is really about systems change that we're talking about, and that certainly needs capacity building to be scaled. We would fully agree with that. I know we have one question close to the front row. I don't know, and second one in a second. I don't know if we have any microphones, so I'm going to go fully interactive and into the audience. Off we go. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm Stefan Håkansson, coming from GFG Alliance. My question is linking to the report. I'm a little bit surprised because I think it falls quite flat. It actually do not meet my expectations. I think I actually can read about the 5 key conclusions in the airport literature, if I'm provocative. I was expecting much more on trade house, financing models, business models, which actually make it concrete, and not so much why aren't the governments doing more? Much more what can we do? How can we make more money of this? And what are the good examples? Did you discuss that in the ICC developments in the different groups? How do you drive that forward, and how can we practically get going? And the final reference I have is in EU, there's a green taxonomy. There are 6 specific categories. Circularity is one of them. How do you position towards that, and how can we get the financial network to support the development much faster?
Well, at the ICC, we always welcome constructive feedback. Let me take the first point, Peril, then I'll move to you. So the principles for sure are quite simple. However, we think they are absolutely vital because in many of the intergovernmental fora that we participate in, UN climate talks, various UNEP processes, WTO in particular, hence the connection to Trade House, there is a level of confusion in the intergovernmental discussion, and we think it's important to bring some basic clarity to that. It's an approach we've taken in the carbon market space, where we developed, I think 3 or 4 years ago, a set of core principles which have played a huge role in being able to focus the discussion we have with governments and actually bring some clarity on focus on what needs to happen. So to some people, experts in the field, it may appear simple, but we think we need to start by clarifying the debate, and then we move forward from there. Per, maybe you want to add a little bit.
No, I totally agree that that is what is the starting point. And right now, we are publishing on ICC's global webpage the full text about all the key enablers. There are examples, but we need to make sure that we make it simple, so really we can get things going. And we are the one, business are the one that need to transform. We need to show the governments what's possible. And we need to work together. If we don't have the governments with us, we will never succeed. So collaboration is a key factor. And I think these key 5 enablers are a very good start to have really the discussions, not only in this room, but make sure that next coming CUPs integrate circularity as a key discussion. If we succeed with that, we will have things going.
I'm going to go interactive again into the audience. Second question.
Hello, I am Professor Nada. I am teaching here in Dubai. I'm also the head of ESG of SP Jain School of Global Management for our Dubai, Mumbai, Singapore, and Sydney campuses. You mentioned academia collaborations. We, as a business school, prepare future business leaders. So how do you see our contribution? What can we do to prepare better leaders beyond awareness? And how do you see we can partner together with various institutions to drive the various agendas forward? What we are noticing so far is that most of the companies are collaborating at the headquarter level and not so much at the subsidiary level, not so much at the global south level. So how do you see these collaborations and how can we move forward together?
Would anyone like to take that?
We need to go to the young generation, the coming leaders. We need to make sure that they are the front runners. They will do the transformation. We will see that the ones that have worked in a linear thinking for 40 years, they will have very hard to transform. So make sure that we invest in future leaders. That is my basic recommendation. And of course, academia is the starting point. There we will have the skilled people that are trained. But then companies, CEOs that are proactive need to open the doors for these young academics. So I really recommend CEOs, wherever you are, make sure that you hire the young people that can lead the transformation within your company. You need to find those persons that can be your champion and make sure that they are seen in the company.
I would add to that we work with corporations around the world, many of whom are being transformed by the attitudes of the young people that they are now hiring. Obviously it varies from industry to industry, but when you look at what is driving sustainability transformation, obviously it's regulators, often it's investors, sometimes it's customers. In many, many industries, employees are right up at the top of that list. I can tell you, as somebody who works with bright young professionals, that we are scrutinized in a very welcome way, but scrutinized internally as to whether we're walking the talk on sustainability, whether we're leaning into that in our own operations with our clients and so forth. So you said beyond raising awareness. I agree that awareness on its own doesn't sound like a lot, but actually if what we're building on what is already a strong sustainability mindset that we're seeing amongst the generation that's being hired now, adding to that a strong understanding of the importance of circularity, the fundamental constraints that we're up against in terms of many natural resources, I think we will see that move quite quickly into changes in the mindsets in business. And you're quite right to challenge us on that. This is not just about the mindsets or the regulatory frameworks within which we all operate. We need to be thinking hard about how do we introduce the kind of track and tracing that's going to enable us to manage materials better. How are we investing in the right R&D so that the recycling technologies coming through are appropriate? How are we tailoring our manufacturing processes so that they more readily take in these additional flows? And whether it's in government, whether it's in the private sector, whether it's in the academic and advocacy communities, we need people who are thinking actively about these challenges every day, and that will begin with you.
In a particular case, because of the type of businesses that we have to work very closely with the academia. Call it biotechnology or health or whatever, we work very, very close. We believe, however, that it cannot remain only in the leaders that we are already forming at the highest levels. It has to come up to the first time the child comes into the kindergarten. Circularity has to be part of everything they do. They have to learn that the paper that they are learning to cut in kindergarten, that the leftovers they cannot throw away, that we can reuse to make a little tree with the little sticks that they have on the table, that we can reuse whatever they do. So it's not only at the highest levels of the pre-grade or postgraduate degrees, but it has to come even when the children come for kindergarten at the first time.
Any other questions from the audience? No? Minister, we are incredibly honored and grateful that you stayed with us. Would you like to make any reflections? You're fine. In that case, I'll put one final question to each of our panelists. We've heard about the scale of the challenge, the opportunity, some of the difficulties, some of the great solutions as well. Where would you like us to be in terms of the state of the circular economy in 1 year and in a decade's time? Per, we'll start with you again.
In a decade's time, if we succeed to make the world 20% circular, we will not have a problem with climate change. So that's the wish. I don't think we will manage to 2040, but definitely to 2050.
I mean, that sounds sweeping enough. I'm not sure I can improve on that offer. I would just perhaps add that, particularly coming back to a point I made at the beginning, I would love to see us taking a strong circularity lens to some of the critical mineral inputs and other materials that are at the heart of the clean energy and other technologies that we're trying to employ so rapidly today, in part because they're not new in the sense that we haven't used them before, but we are scaling up their use in a way that for some of those materials is unprecedented. And that perhaps gives us the opportunity to build smarter management of those materials through their life cycle than ones we've used traditionally at large scale.
It's 8 billion of us today in the world. In 20 years, it's going to be 10 billion. How are we going to wisely feed and keep healthy a growing population that is getting older as well? That is key for any action that we take from now to the next 10 years. Call it changing the regulations, call it standardizing the way that we apply the regulations throughout the world, call it applying circularity in everything that we do. We have to think wise, we have to think smart, and we have to work together in order to achieve it.
Hey, you wanted to come back in.
Yes, and I love you 10 billion challenge, because that is what we need to face. And my company launched the 10billionchallenge.org in New York in September. We invite business colleagues, universities, cities to join the challenge, because we need to do it together. And it's about how can we feed 10 billion people by 2050? How can we build the houses by 2050? That in this case also will be within the frames in our 9 planetary boundaries. So yeah, I love your 10 billion thing. That's the way we need to focus on.
Well, I think we very neatly, or you guys have very neatly summarized the true, absolute critical importance of circularity from a climate perspective, a food security perspective, critical minerals perspective. This is an agenda which is truly cross-cutting and truly vital to the future. The paper that both Philippe Varane and Per mentioned is now available on our homepage. We invite you to look at it, digest it. Some people may think it's too basic, but believe me, it's our intention to use it to bring clarity to key international processes in an intensification of our global advocacy. In January, fingers crossed, or maybe February, we'll be coming with a second, more detailed report with our partners, EY, really looking at some of the very, very specific challenges to the deployment of solutions, but also the ways to remedy that from a variety of different perspectives. So stay tuned for that. And most fundamentally, to the point around public-private partnerships, we really invite you to work with us, whether you're from academia, from business, from government. We realize that this requires a collaborative effort. And I think above all, it requires dialogue, expertise, experience sharing. And we are really deeply committed to making ICC a platform to do that. So if you'd like to work with us, we very much invite you to do so. Huge thanks again to Minister Romano. Thank you very much for honoring us with your presence. Good luck for the negotiations ahead. I think you've got many late nights ahead of you over the next few days. Huge thanks to each of the panelists, and we look forward to our continued collaboration. Thank you, everyone.